It is 5 p.m. and I call to order, hang on, I'm looking for my pen, sorry. I call to order the May 19th, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session to review employee recommendations and updates, receive a quarterly litigation update, and to review contractual matters relating to the hearing officer process and approve attorney listing.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We will now enter executive session.
Hey. Back in middle school, you probably didn't even realize how much of an impact you were making on me, but you truly changed my life.
Middle school was always tough at times, but you were always there for support and advice when I needed it.
Everything I've accomplished started with the foundation you laid for me. I'll never forget that. Thank you for pushing me, for guiding me, and for believing in me when it mattered most. You helped make me who I am today, and I hope I've made you proud. I'm forever grateful.
Thank you for caring about me not just as a student, but as a person, and for making those years really special. I'm forever grateful for the impact you made on me, and it means so much that you still keep up with me to this day.
I'm proud of you.
Some people dream about being famous. Some people dream about being president. You've heard of kid president. You may have heard about kid superintendent, but I'm smarter than both of them. I am kid retiree. So if kids can choose what they want to be, why wouldn't they choose kid retiree? Think about it. No more meetings, no more homework, no more boring lunch lines. And especially no one saying, please walk in this white line. Just snacks, and people saying back in my day. I've been thinking about my future, but specifically retirement. Since I'm already saying done, I feel like I'm halfway there. But then I realized something. Before you get to retire, you have to do something important, like work in Lexington 1. Bus drivers wake up before the sun like the sun is still asleep. That's suspicious. But in retirement, you get to sleep in and let the sun wake you up. Teachers help kids learn. They answer a million questions. They somehow stay calm when glue and glitter is involved. Have you ever tried getting glitter out of your hair? In retirement, no more questions and no more glitter! Paraprofessionals help students every day. They have patience like superhero patience. I lose patience waiting for my toast. In retirement, you finally get to relax and not rush anymore. Cafeteria workers feed everybody, which means they serve up on pizza day. In retirement, no more lunch rushes and no more hairnets. The office does everything. Phones ringing, schedules changing, and kids coming in like, hi, I'm here now. That is a lot. In retirement, no more phones ringing, just peace and quiet. Counselors help with big stuff. Problems, feelings, life. That's important. In retirement, they finally get to focus on themselves. Computer technicians fix everything, even when the problem is it's not plugged in. And in retirement, no more fixing things, no more incident IQ tickets, just turning stuff off on purpose. Athletic directors won't run all the games, schedules, teams, everything. That's a lot of running. In retirement, they get to sit down on the bench and relax. Nurses heal everything. Headaches, stomach serious. I don't feel good during this test sickness. That one's real. In retirement, no more band-aids, just focusing on self-care. Custodial staff cleans the whole school every single day. I clean my room never. So yeah, respect. In retirement, no more mopping, just putting your feet up.
Kid retiree,
Yeah,
it's time to go back to class.
I can't. I'm retired.
Retired?
Semi-retired.
You're not even out of elementary school yet.
Let's call it a technicality.
Class, now.
Fine. To all the retirees, congratulations, you've earned this. And if you need me, I'll be in math class dreaming about recess. Happy retirement!
I don't think so that I plan to be a teacher. I didn't plan it to be a teacher. I think teaching found me. Step up in the classroom and I started just learning about pedagogies, everything like that. I knew it that I found my calling. And now that I'm a multilingual teacher, I see my students like that they are very intelligent, very capable, but maybe they don't feel that they have opportunities. The message that I want to give to them is, when you don't know, you're gonna find, the ways like I failed in the past, like seen, like capable, and like full of possibilities.
Hey, Miss McMillan. Hi. Miss McMillan, thank you for everything you've done for me, not only throughout my years at Gilbert Primary, but from kindergarten all the way to my senior year. I just wanted to come in and say thank you for everything you've always done for me and for always getting to know each and every one of your students. I know I can always count on you to be there for me when I need someone to talk to. Thank you for being such an amazing role model for so many students, including me and my brothers. It means more than you will ever know, and I know you will continue to make an impact on students. Taking the time to always make sure everyone's good in your classroom and really make it feel like a family, because that's really changed my life and has really followed me all through my high school career. And I love you so much. I love you, Lauren.
Come be the one who helps our school run smoothly and efficiently.
Come be the one who greets students and family with a smile every day.
Come be the one who goes above and beyond to help our students and staff succeed.
Come be the one who serves me delicious and nutritious meals and makes sure every student is well fed.
Come be the one who makes learning fun and makes me love coming to school.
Come be the one who makes sure our schools are clean and safe, and the one who makes sure our schools are in tip-top shape.
Come be the one who keeps me healthy and safe.
Come be the one who greets me with a smile at the bus stop and safely transports me to and from school, and the one who makes sure I get to my game on time.
Come be the one who challenges me to think critically and encourages me to never give up on my dreams.
Come be the one who makes it possible for all students to learn and grow.
Come be the one who supports me in the classroom and helps me reach my full potential.
Come be the one who makes our schools a special place.
Thank you for teaching me to play and love music.
I always felt comfortable during music classes, and I always had the most fun.
Coach Stugan, I want to thank you for all the support and patience you've shown me over the past 4 years here at White Knoll High School.
Because of you, I found my spark with music, and now I listen, play, sing, or dance to it every day. Words can't describe how much you mean to me and how much you shaped me to who I am today. I will always be grateful for you and all you have done for me. I hope every student you teach sees how great you truly are, because no one deserves it better than you.
You always took the time to help me through those tough and stressful moments, and I truly appreciate that. Having you as my teacher during my freshman year played a big role in helping me grow both as a student and person.
Here in Lexington 1, we're preparing students to learn, grow, and excel. That's why we're committed to providing every student with a world-class education, one that equips them for success in college, career, or military, and beyond. To guide that mission, we created the Lexington 1 Graduate Profile, a clear vision of the skills and mindsets our students need to thrive in their futures.
We listen to our community, families, educators, and students, and together we identified 9 essential competencies for every graduate. We want our students to be knowledgeable, creative, independent, communicators, collaborators, future-ready, responsible, kind, resilient. These aren't just ideals, they shape how we teach, how students learn, and how we help them grow.
Whether they're headed to college, straight into a career, or into military service, the Graduate Profile ensures every student is ready for what's next. At Lexington 1, we're not just preparing students for the future, we're helping them build it. Because when our students succeed, we all do. Our focus is clear. We're building school communities where every student can learn, grow, and excel. That starts with making sure students and staff feel safe, supported, and confident every day they walk through our doors. Our strong partnerships with local law enforcement agencies are central to our safety efforts. Together, we are building a culture of prevention, preparedness, and protection across every school in Lexington 1.
From daily presence in schools to ongoing safety planning, we are actively involved in keeping our schools safe and welcoming.
Our students deserve a learning environment that is calm, consistent, and focused. We're united with Lexington 1 in creating spaces where teachers can teach and students can thrive, free from distraction or fear.
Our partnership with Lexington 1 is built on trust and shared purpose. When concerns arise, we act quickly and responsibly to protect everyone on campus. Together, we're committed to safe schools and strong communities.
When a safety concern is reported, we act immediately, thoroughly, and in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are grateful for their constant support and for our community's shared commitment to protecting our schools.
We know school safety is never one and done. It is an ongoing responsibility. That's why our teams stay vigilant and proactive, always learning and improving. Thank you for being part of our shared commitment to safety. Working together, we're building schools that support and protect every student, every staff member, every day. Because when our schools are safe, our students can learn.
Hey, Miss Dolly.
Good.
Hey, Miss Carson. From my very first day at Pillion, you were nothing but kind and welcoming to me. Though a push can seem intimidating, you worked so hard for us to feel prepared and stress-free.
You have made a huge impact on my life for the better. You're truly a wonderful person. You're kind, caring, and compassionate.
It's no secret how much you care for all of your students and truly want the best for all of us. You get to know each one of your kids personally and build a meaningful relationship with all of them. You are such a light in the classroom, and every student is blessed to have you as a teacher.
I am truly grateful. I have an honor of having you as an advisor and a mentor. As my time at BHS comes to an end, I look back at the people who have made the biggest impact on helping me to become the person I am today, and your name is the first one that comes to mind. Thank you for everything that you do, not only for me, but our entire council. Thank you. You're so sweet.
Hi.
The effectiveness of
Good, how are you?
Dear Ms. Gates, I am so blessed and honored to have grown up with you over the last 12 years. When I was asked about doing the senior surprise, I could not think of a better person who deserves this recognition.
Thank you for all you have done for my family and I. Thank you for caring. Thank you for your love. Thank you for being such a great role model.
You are a ray of light and have such an amazing impact on your students, pushing them to be better athletically and keeping them accountable as Mustangs. Full of positivity and setting the correct mindset is something I have learned from you and continue to think about to this day. You're a difference maker, and I'm so happy you're a role model in my life.
Your connections with my family impact our life. You're always there for Emily and I as we went through our highs and lows, birthdays, first days of schools, and graduations. I'm so grateful to have you as a role model, leader, principal, and mentor in my life.
Thank you so very much.
Hey. Back in middle school, you probably didn't even realize how much of an impact you were making on me, but you truly changed my life.
Middle school was always tough at times, but you were always there for support and advice when I needed it.
Everything I've accomplished started with the foundation you laid for me. I'll never forget that. Thank you for pushing me, for guiding me, and for believing in me when it mattered most. You helped make me who I am today, and I hope I've made you proud. I'm forever grateful.
Thank you for caring about me not just as a student, but as a person, and for making those years really special. I'm forever grateful for the impact you made on me, and it means so much that you still keep up with me to this day.
I'm so proud of you.
Some people dream about being famous. Some people dream about being president. You've heard of kid president. You may have heard about kid superintendent, but I'm smarter than both of them. I am kid retiree. So if kids can choose what they want to be, why wouldn't they choose kid retiree? Think about it. No more meetings, no more homework, no more boring lunch lines, and especially no one saying, please walk in this weight line. Just snacks, just naps, and people saying back in my day. I've been thinking about my future, but specifically retirement. Since I'm already saying done, I feel like I'm halfway there. But then I realized something. Before you get to retire, you have to do something important, like work in Lexington 1. Bus drivers wake up before the sun like the sun is still asleep. That's suspicious. But in retirement, you get to sleep in and let the sun wake you up. Teachers help kids learn. They answer a million questions. They somehow stay calm when glue and glitter is involved. Have you ever tried getting glitter out of your hair? In retirement, no more questions and no more glitter! Paraprofessionals help students every day. They have patience like superhero patience. I lose patience waiting for my toast. In retirement, you finally get to relax and not rush anymore. Cafeteria workers feed everybody, which means they serve on pizza day. In retirement, no more lunch rushes and no more hairnets. The office does everything. Phones ringing, schedules changing, and kids coming in like, "Hi, I'm here now." That is a lot. In retirement, no more phones ringing, just peace and quiet. Counselors help with big stuff. Problems, feelings, life. That's important. In retirement, they finally get to focus on themselves. Computer technicians fix everything, even when the problem is it's not plugged in. And in retirement, no more fixing things, no more incident IQ tickets, just turning stuff off on purpose. Athletic directors won't run all the games, schedules, teams, everything. That's a lot of running. In retirement, they get to sit down on the bench and relax. Nurses heal everything. Headaches, stomach serious. I don't feel good during this test sickness. That one's real. In retirement, no more band-aids, just focusing on self-care. Custodial staff cleans the whole school every single day. I clean my room never. So yeah, respect. In retirement, no more mopping, just putting your feet up.
Kid retiree.
Yeah?
Time to go back to class.
I can't. I'm retired. Semi-retired.
You're not even out of elementary school yet.
Let's call it a technicality.
Class, now.
Fine. To all the retirees, congratulations, you've earned this. And if you need me, I'll be in math class dreaming about recess. Happy retirement!
I don't think so that I planned to be a teacher. I didn't plan it to be a teacher. I think teaching found me. Step up in the classroom and I started just learning about pedagogies, everything like that. I knew that I found my calling. And now that I'm a multilingual teacher, I see my students like that they are very intelligent, very capable, but maybe they don't feel that they have opportunities. The message that I want to give to them is, when you don't know, you're gonna find, the ways like I failed in the past, like seen, like capable, and like full of possibilities.
Hey, Miss McMillan. Hi.
Miss McMillan, thank you for everything you've done for me, not only throughout my years at Gilbert Primary, but from kindergarten all the way to my senior year.
I just wanted to come in and say thank you for everything you've always done for me and for always getting to know each and every one of your students.
I know I can always count on you to be there for me when I need someone to talk to. Thank you for being such an amazing role model for so many students, including me and my brothers. It means more than you will ever know, and I know you will continue to make an impact on students.
Taking the time to always make sure everyone's good in your classroom and really make it feel like a family, because that's really changed my life and has really followed me all through my high school career. And I love you so much.
I love you, Lauren.
Come be the one who helps our school run smoothly and efficiently.
Come be the one who greets students and family with a smile every day.
Come be the one who goes above and beyond to help our students and staff succeed.
Come be the one who serves me delicious and nutritious meals and makes sure every student is well fed.
Come be the one who makes learning fun and makes me love coming to school.
Come be the one who makes sure our schools are clean and safe, and the one who makes sure our schools are in tip-top shape.
Come be the one who keeps me healthy and safe.
Come be the one who greets me with a smile at the bus stop and safely transports me to and from school, and the one who makes sure I get to my game on time.
Come be the one who challenges me to think critically and encourages me to never give up on my dreams.
Come be the one who makes it possible for all students to learn and grow.
Come be the one who supports me in the classroom and helps me reach my full potential.
Come be the one who makes our schools a special place.
Thank you for teaching me to play and love music. I always felt comfortable during music classes, and I always had the most fun.
Coach Stugan, I want to thank you for all the support and patience you've shown me over the past 4 years here at White Knoll High School.
Because of you, I found my spark with music, and now I listen, play, sing, or dance to it every day. Words can't describe how much you mean to me and how much you shaped me to who I am today. I will always be grateful for you and all you have done for me. I hope every student you teach sees how great you truly are, because no one deserves it better than you.
You always took the time to help me through those tough and stressful moments, and I truly appreciate that. Having you as my teacher during my freshman year played a big role in helping me grow both as a student and person.
Here in Lexington 1, we're preparing students to learn, grow, and excel. That's why we're committed to providing every student with a world-class education, one that equips them for success in college, career, or military, and beyond. To guide that mission, we created the Lexington 1 Graduate Profile, a clear vision of the skills and mindsets our students need to thrive in their futures.
We listen to our community, families, educators, and students, and together we identified 9 essential competencies for every graduate. We want our students to be knowledgeable, creative, independent, communicators, collaborators, future-ready, responsible, kind, resilient. These aren't just ideals, they shape how we teach, how students learn, and how we help them grow.
Whether they're headed to college, straight into a career, or into military service, the Graduate Profile ensures every student is ready for what's next. At Lexington 1, we're not just preparing students for the future, we're helping them build it. Because when our students succeed, we all do. Our focus is clear. We're building school communities where every student can learn, grow, and excel. That starts with making sure students and staff feel safe, supported, and confident every day they walk through our doors. Our strong partnerships with local law enforcement agencies are central to our safety efforts. Together, we are building a culture of prevention, preparedness, and protection across every school in Lexington 1.
From daily presence in schools to ongoing safety planning, we are actively involved in keeping our schools safe and welcoming.
Our students deserve a learning environment that is calm, consistent, and focused. We're united with Lexington 1 in creating spaces where teachers can teach and students can thrive, free from distraction or fear.
Our partnership with Lexington 1 is built on trust and shared purpose. When concerns arise, we act quickly and responsibly to protect everyone on campus. Together, we're committed to safe schools and strong communities.
When a safety concern is reported, we act immediately, thoroughly, and in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are grateful for their constant support and for our community's shared commitment to protecting our schools.
We know school safety is never one and done. It is an ongoing responsibility. That's why our teams stay vigilant and proactive, always learning and improving. Thank you for being part of our shared commitment to safety. Working together, we're building schools that support and protect every student, every staff member, every day. Because when our schools are safe, our students can learn.
Hey, Miss Dolly.
Good.
Hey, Miss Carson. From my very first day at Pillion, you were nothing but kind and welcoming to me. Though a push can seem intimidating, you worked so hard for us to feel prepared and stress-free.
You have made a huge impact on my life for the better. You're truly a wonderful person. You're kind, caring, and compassionate.
It is no secret how much you care for all of your students and truly want the best for all of us. You get to know each one of your kids personally and build a meaningful relationship with all of them. You are such a light in the classroom, and every student is blessed to have you as a teacher.
I am truly grateful. I have an honor of having you as an advisor and a mentor. As my time at BHS comes to an end, I look back at the people who have made the biggest impact on helping me to become the person I am today, and your name is the first one that comes to mind. Thank you for everything that you do, not only for me, but our entire council.
Thank you.
You're so sweet.
Hi.
The effectiveness of Good, how are you?
Dear Ms. Gates, I am so blessed and honored to have grown up with you over the last 12 years. When I was asked about doing the senior surprise, I could not think of a better person who deserves this recognition.
Thank you for all you have done for my family and I. Thank you for caring. Thank you for your love. Thank you for being such a great role model.
You are a ray of light and have such an amazing impact on your students, pushing them to be better athletically and keeping them accountable as Mustangs. Full of positivity and setting the correct mindset is something I have learned from you and continue to think about to this day. You're a difference maker, and I'm so happy you're a role model in my life.
Your connections with my family impact our life. You're always there for Emily and I as we went through our highs and lows, birthdays, first days of schools, and graduations. I'm so grateful to have you as a role model, leader, principal, and mentor in my life. Thank you so very much.
Hey. Back in middle school, you probably didn't even realize how much of an impact you were making on me, but you truly changed my life.
Middle school was always tough at times, but you were always there for support and advice when I needed it.
Everything I've accomplished started with the foundation you laid for me. I'll never forget that. Thank you for pushing me, for guiding me, and for believing in me when it mattered most.
I now yield the floor back to Chair Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. This includes the minutes of the April 21st meeting, new hire support staff report. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding certified staff recommendations for the 26-27 school year?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that, sorry, y'all, I'm new at this position.
This is Mr. Pizzuti's first meeting as our vice chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the employee recommendations for the 25-26, we're on certified, right? 42 certified positions for the 25-26 and or 26-27 school year.
I don't think we have any from 25-26, so just 26-27. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Price, 42 certified. That sounds like a good number.
It is a great number, but we would love to have just a few more added to that. So we will continue to bring a few more names to the next board meeting. If you have any friends that would love to join our Lexington One family, please send them our way.
All those in favor of Mr. Pizzuti's motion for 42 certified staff recommendations for the 26-27 school year, please say aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 2 administrative staff recommendations for the 26-27 school year?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve 2 administrative staff positions for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the slate of hearing officers for the 26-27 school year as discussed in executive session and to authorize administration to enter into the necessary contractual arrangements to engage those hearing officers?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the slate of hearing officers for the 26-27 school year as discussed in executive session and to authorize administration to enter into the necessary contractual arrangements to engage those hearing officers.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do we have any discussion about this, board? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding the attorney list for fiscal years 2027 through 2030?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the attorney list for fiscal years 27 through 2030 as discussed in executive session and to authorize the administration to enter into the necessary contractual arrangements to engage those law firms.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Board, do you have any discussion regarding the approved attorney listing? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. During executive session, the board received a quarterly litigation update and no action is necessary at this time. Now we are moving on to honors and achievements, which most of you are here for tonight. During this portion of our meeting, we celebrate excellence at the highest levels, state champions, national award winners, and first place finishers. These students, staff, and schools represent the very best of Lexington One. Be sure to grab a copy of our Proof Positive newsletter on your way out. It highlights each honoree and the accomplishments we're recognizing them for tonight. When we conclude honors and achievements, our honorees are welcome to exit before we continue with the business portion of the meeting. When your name is called, honorees, please come stand with Dr. Price as we share your achievement with our community. All right, for our first award of the night, we invite Keelan Davis from River Bluff High to the front. Is Keelan here? Oh, Well, I'll just tell a little bit about her. Keelan recently captured first place at the 2026 National Chinese Talent Contest hosted by the Chinese Language Association of Secondary Elementary Schools. River Bluff has earned this top spot for the second consecutive year. The class National Chinese Talent Contest is a prestigious annual competition for K-12 students in the United States, organized by the Chinese Language Association of Secondary Elementary Schools. It showcases student proficiency in Chinese language and culture through categories like singing, dancing, instruments, arts, sports, and language performances. Congratulations to Keelan. All right, now is the time of year when we honor all of our state winners from DECA, HOSA, and Skills USA. You can read about their amazing accomplishments in the Proof Positive newsletter. First, we will honor our DECA State Conference first place winners. These students, who I think are starting to walk in, these students demonstrated a strong mastery of business principles at the state level. All right, everyone come on in. Yes. As they're walking in, I do want to say a special thanks to Miss Livy Roof and Dr. Price and the communications team. In the past, Lexington 1 has honored a small portion of the team members who are like state and national champions, and now we are making sure every child is honored. So here we go. All right, students, when I call your name, just wave so everyone knows who we're talking about. From Lexington Technology Center and Lexington High School, we have Maria Martinez, Aditanandan Ramarej, Carter Randall, Luca Reidenbach, Graham Sandel, Mark Solis, Ella Whiting, and Lillian Jung. Graham Sandel was selected as a South Carolina DECA State officer and will serve as the Vice President of Hospitality. These students are taught by Lauren Garner. Do we have... I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Pizzuti. Are the River Bluff students standing up here also? Yes, okay. From River Bluff High, we have Zachary Albright, Alan Amolorpavanathan, Luciano Chin, Charles Ding, Maya Gojanesi, Ike Chuku Idiage. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Ain Kim, Tristan Lauder, Pranavi Mancham, Bianca Moncrief, Shaylee Patel, Jonathan Pricenor, Nishita Upasani, Mael Wong, and Rose Zhu. And these students are taught by Deborah Hendricks. And we're going to take a picture. Congratulations to you all on your outstanding achievement. All right, you guys can circle back around the room and maybe On the right door back there? Yep, perfect. All right, the next group of students walking in here are the first place winners of the HOSA Future Health Professional State Leadership Conference. Oh, I like the jackets. All right, when I call your name, just wave so everyone knows who you are. From Lexington Technology Center, we have Maya Bingle, Lawson Burden, Michael Kalk, Jaden Gandy, Riley Valdez, and Alec Whiting. From River Bluff High, we have Zachary. Oh, perfect. So y'all are the LTC people. Just scooch down a little bit. We'll keep everyone in here. All right. There we go. Hello, River Bluff friends. All right, when I call your name, just wave so everyone knows who you are. From River Bluff High, we have Zachary Albright. Sri Dondu. Charles Deng. Sarah Fang. Eric Floyd. Suhira Iqbal. Ishan Kumar. Arya Mortha. Ashrithra Morthra. Kazra Nusiri. Novelin Nataraj. Lawton O'Kane. Shumiksha Rajesh. Arav Suthar. And Aubrey White. Sri Dandu was also elected as a HOSA state officer, and these students are taught by Elena Miller and Angela Diaz, Kimberly Etcherer, and Jeremy Searson. So congratulations to all of you. All right, our next group of students coming in, I believe, are Skills USA. Walk-up music for you. All right, these students are the winners of the Skills USA State Leadership and Skills Conference. And like the others, please wave when I call your name so people know who you are. From Lexington Technology Center, we have Josh Baker, Wyatt Blake, Connor Bowman, Asa Brantner, Carly Crocker, Drake Gary, Emily Izzard, Molly Kiesler, Addison Longo, Bailey Martin, Anna Morgan, Jax Mullins, Curtis Ridgway, Jason Shaywin, RJ Woodwick, and Logan Zier. These students are taught by Gray Beanbaugh, Carol Ann Brown, Daniel Cummins, Sarah Hood, Danielle Mize, Spencer Sandoval, and Marty Reichard. Congratulations to you all on this huge success. Now scooch in for a picture. All right, next we have students from Pleasant Hill Middle and Lexington High School coming in. Okay, we can do Pleasant Hill and then Lexington? Got it, okay. If I read the next paragraph. All right, these students took home first place at the South Carolina Speech and Communications Association state competition. They demonstrated mastery in various categories, which you can read in this Proof Positive newsletter. Students, wave when I call your name so people know who you are. This team of 6th grade students, McKenna Burgee, Chloe Ellis, Anya Patel, Harper Stoddard, and Palin Sulcer. I read that really fast, so you didn't get a chance to wave. Who's McKenna? Hi, McKenna. And who's Chloe? Oh, y'all are in order. Anya, Harper, and Palin. Perfect. These students captured first place in the Readers Theater category. In addition, a group of 8th grade students, do we have those yet? They weren't able to make it. Thank you for telling me that. These 8th grade students, Eliana Eslick, Olivia Farrell, McKinley Grace Flores, Aaliyah Hedden, and Kylie Yarber also earned first place in Ensemble Musical Theater. In addition, Pleasant Hill Middle teacher Lori Mickelvey, is she here? Oh, well, your teacher received the Communications Art Award for the 25-26 school year. The honor was presented by the Executive Council of South Carolina Speech and Theater Association in recognition of her outstanding passion and commitment to promoting speech and theater education across the state. Congratulations to these talented actors and their teachers, Ms. Mickelvey. All right, now we are moving on to the Lexington High School students who also brought home some big wins. All right, I'm going to read your name slowly and just wave your name when I call it so people know who you are. We welcome up front Jansen Ellisor, Maximus Farrow, Jacob Gray, Kaylin Huffman, Sarah Isabel Jones, McKenna Myers, Hampton Owens, Catherine Richter, Colby Wilson, Nash Wilson, Brett Winchester, and Annie Zollinger. These students placed first in one or more of the following categories: comedic duet acting, comedic musical theater solo, duet musical theater, group acting, group musical theater, and storytelling. As you can see, that's pretty amazing, and all of the details about that is in your Proof Positive. In addition, back in the fall, Sarah Isabel Jones placed first in the solo musical theater group at the South Carolina Theater Association state competition. These students are taught by Shelby Presley and Leslie Dellinger. Miss Dellinger is also an award winner. She received the Ann Fletcher Outstanding Mentor Teacher of the Year, and you're standing in the, did you come up here? I saw you sitting out there. Come on up. She received the Ann Fletcher Outstanding Mentor Teacher of the Year Award at the Palmetto Dramatics Association Festival back in February. Congratulations to all our thespians. I was like, she's in the audience. I saw her. Are you good? All right. Lastly, for tonight's honors, we invite Lexington High's Trevor Hudson up front. Right. The South Carolina High School Strength Coaches Association, that sounds so impressive, announced that Trevor Hudson was not only named 5A Strength Coach of the Year, but the overall Strength Coach of the Year. Coach Hudson is the epitome of a team player pushing every athlete to get better. He doesn't just build stronger muscles, he builds stronger minds and better people. We are incredibly proud to have him in our corner. Congratulations, Coach Hudson. Lexington High coaches and athletes are lucky to have you. All right, thank you all for taking time tonight to help us recognize our amazing students, staff, and schools. We have very talented students in our district, and we love sharing their achievements with you. Now, as you're doing, you may quietly leave, or you could stay if you wanted to. All right, doors shut. Here we go. We are moving on to new business, and we will begin tonight with the program evaluation report for the Center of Media Arts Design and Production at River Bluff High School. So, Dr. Phillips, there you are. I will turn it over to you and your guests.
There's two of them. Which one? Okay, good. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Price, and members of the board. Tonight I will present a quick summary of the evaluation findings for the Center for Media Arts, Design, and Production. I have friends up here from the center who will be able to help answer questions that I can't help you with. So a little bit of context, as usual. This center opened as one of the original centers of advanced study and is open to all students in grades 10 through 12. As with the other centers, transportation is provided for students from their zone schools to the center. The center is designed as a 2-year program. In the first year, students take a series of foundational media arts courses and then move on to specialize in one of 3 areas: music technology, recording, television, and video production, or digital photography. Some students opt for a 3rd year where they can add an additional specialization or engage in additional work-based learning opportunities. So enrollment for the Media Arts Center has steadily increased over the past decade. However, continued marketing is required to continue this trend and increase stakeholder awareness of the program. Student participants have showed great success in both secondary and post-secondary endeavors. Almost 99% of center participants graduate on time. That's over the past decade, and 89% graduate college and/or career ready. The center is working with our CTE staff to make some professional certifications available for students, things like Adobe certification, for example, which could further increase college and career readiness rates. All right. During their time at the center, students gain real-world experience through collaboration with community partners, such as the South Carolina Film Commission and the Columbia Fireflies, just to name a couple. And students have also successfully given back to the community through various media projects. Student success is further highlighted through the many awards and accomplishments of the graduates and alumni. A more comprehensive list is available in your report, but students have gone on to study at such distinguished institutions as the NYU Tisch School of the Arts, Savannah College of Art and Design, and the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts. Alumni can be found working at places like Pixar Studios, iHeartRadio, various TV networks, and the University of South Carolina Athletic Department, just to name a few. Barriers to further successful implementation include a lack of a refresh cycle for media equipment, funding the program to an extent where the highly technical program can keep up with industry standards, balancing the workload of teachers who perform the many media-related functions around the school and community in addition to their teaching duties, and coordinating schedules with the other schools. In order to ensure sustainability and achieve continued excellence, it's recommended that the center work with district staff to explore the possibility of an equipment refresh cycle for critical equipment, pursue additional partners in order to provide additional work-based learning opportunities for students, explore options for alleviating teacher workload, and work with the CTE director and district staff to explore additional professional certifications in the media arts field. And that is the whole thing, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Or do y'all have some questions for them?
I have two questions, but
Yes, ma'am.
as if you heard, my computer just restarted on its own. So I will attempt to, here we go, I'll attempt to do them off. So I had a question about the declining audio industry. I know you mentioned in the bigger report that you're seeing sort of the death of what we knew as radio. So I'm wondering if there's been any discussion about looking at things like esports or some of the more modern media replacements for maybe something that's just not part of what today's media world is compared to what it was.
Unfortunately, our sound recording teachers are not here today, but I'm Carly Myers, and I'm the lead teacher for the center. And although I think death of the radio might be a very true factor of where we are today, what our students are doing in the sound recording studio doesn't always relate back to things that would just be radio. They are mixing music, they're creating beats, they are doing things I still think stand in the world we live in today. And so I think what we're doing there still works great. But with that said, with the esports, we haven't really talked about that because that was not really one of the three areas that we started off with. I do know a gentleman named Mr. Myers that does some more of that sort of thing at LTC. And so where it isn't anything that we've looked at for the time being, could be something we address, but I also think what we're doing in the recording studio still stands with what we are achieving there.
Okay, yeah, I was just going off of kind of that note in there. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you come up.
Just a quick personal testimony. My son Jake, he's 24, he's a musician in Nashville. He was an audio engineering major at Belmont University, and was really a video studio with Mr. Igenet, but he extended that with audio as well. I would just say that, yeah, radio, he's upset because he wants his streaming music to be paid for. And he won't. But and the radio is very rarely listened to. But I would say there's probably 100 different lanes of his profession and what he can get into. And he learned an incredible amount of foundational work in the center that propelled him on. So just a quick testimony there.
That's awesome. You got us tickets to the next concert, right?
You had mentioned the technology refresh. Since 2013, has there been one? Are you still working with the same equipment from 2013?
There's been small increments of being able to add things, but nowhere near where I think we need to be for right now. And I think that is just a matter of us being intentional on working with IT to get certain dates set so that we can update things. The industry for photography from when we started in 2013 was DSLRs. We're now at mirrorless cameras. And of course, all of those sorts of things are super expensive. So getting on a cycle where we can add new things would be great. Mr. Ijanette with Film and TV is here too. I might speak.
We have done an awesome job with what we've had for years. And what I have tried to do is at least teach the upcoming emerging technology. Like, we still use green screen, and I teach them how to key things out, but the industry is moving away from green screen and going to like LED screens and all sorts of new things too. But they can use what we've got to get the foundations for when they get to college and can use the, updated equipment. They're ready to go. But it is tough when we're using cameras that we got back in 2013 and taking really good care of those. And we're now up to 4K, 6K, 8K video production, and we're struggling to have our computers, all that, like super high quality work that they do. But they're still really doing a good job with that stuff, updating all that stuff, keeping them educated about what they're going to get into, important to keep them on the level with where they should be.
Questions or comments for our friends from River Bluff? Well, on a personal note, my twins just turned in their photography finals today, so they are taking advantage of this program. Well, not the full program, but classes y'all offer. So thank you all for being here. Next up, Dr. Price, I'm going to turn it over to you for the second reading of our 2027 General Fund operating budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. So after a first reading presentation and 2 workshops, we bring to you tonight our second reading of the budget for your consideration. And we have accumulated and compiled a lot of different information to help with this process, and also to respond to questions that we've received to make sure everyone has the information that's been requested to help move this process forward. Tonight, we're going to take an opportunity to briefly review the budget book. You all received this in your packet ahead of time, and then give the board an opportunity to discuss options for third reading that will come up later in June. The challenge tonight is to come up with those next 3 bullet points: the consensus for wording for the required public advertisement that will have to go out after this reading. And in that, we need to identify the total dollar amount of the budget, any millage increase that's going to be considered, and any fund balance amount. When the agenda was initially sent out, we had a cumulative KPI report, key performance indicator report, that was requested at the last workshop. And since then, we've added a few additional items upon request as well. So at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Roof if she will dive into the budget book that you all received in your packets. Arrive while I speak, and I will turn it over for a brief moment to Ms. Miller to explain a couple of things and then open it up for discussion amongst the board. So if you will slide down, Ms. Roof, we'll start with the next page. We'll just scroll through. As a reminder, these are our 5-year targets based on our strategic plan that 95% of our graduates will be college and career or military ready by the year 2029. 95% of our students will be on track to graduate on time. And then to increase student performance for middle and elementary school students at or above grade level on state assessments. In doing that, you've also seen our profile of a graduate. It's going to help us along the journey of how we get there, that we're doing meaningful work in every school building and in every classroom to grow these profiles, these characteristics. It starts in kindergarten and runs all the way through graduation. And so every school has the ability to identify which traits they are going to be focusing on in the years ahead. In addition to that, we have our instructional framework that kind of gives us a roadmap for how we roll out curriculum and as well as teaching and learning. Next page. You may recall these three broad categories for our strategic plan goals. One is focusing on academic excellence, one is focusing on positive climate, and then one is focusing on stewardship of our resources. We've got different strategies that are built within each of those three goals. As we were crafting the 26-27 budget, we had these focus points that we kept in mind. Number one, the board wanted us to maintain the salary study recommendations that came out of last year's efforts that were presented in last year's budget process. And those specific things were to try to retain and maintain a $2,000 cushion above the state's minimum teaching salary scale, to maintain a balanced step increase from 1 year's experience to the next. So every employee on that certified scale would be able to accurately predict one step of experience to the next. Supplements for positions that were the hardest to fill and retain. And after a lot of research on this was a very obvious selection for our special education positions. And then finally, whenever we consider an increase for one group of employees, we consider an increase for all of our employees. In addition to those salary study recommendations, we also wanted to maintain Lexington One's low class size ratios, and then develop a prioritized list of budget requests that align with our strategic plan. And as we move forward with the different items that have been identified, if they did not align with our strategic plan, then we did not consider those. So you'll see the specific strategic plan standard listed out to the side of each item listed in the budget report. Next slide. Back in December, the board had a workshop to identify the priorities moving forward with the budget. And you may recall that the top three priorities that were identified with the board was one, to address our facilities needs. Number two was to focus on employee salary and compensation. And number three, to provide and sustain behavior supports. As those behaviors continue to be challenges in all levels of our schools, we wanted to make sure that we respond to that. We did similar activities with other stakeholder groups, our teacher forum, our student council, our student advisory council, support staff advisory council, and parent advisory council. And you will see many of the same things that have been highlighted from each of those groups and their work with these activities. Next page. Our second reading worksheets. So in this part of the presentation, at our last workshop, the board asked, or I believe it was at first reading, the board asked us to come back with some balanced examples of using fund balance as well as a potential millage increase. At our workshop that we had a couple of weeks ago, we provided 4, but these are what the board asked us to bring back. And with this one, you see at the top portion of the page, you see where this is a combination of a proposed millage increase of a 32 mil increase that would equate or result in $13.7 million of additional funds, and a fund balance utilization of just at $6 million. After we approved last year's budget, there was an intention not to raise millage last year until we showed that we were going to actually use our fund balance. And throughout this year, we've been seeing how as our revenues and our expenses have come in, we are actually using fund balance, and we are going to be spending that down. That was another request of the board, is that we needed to spend down some of our unassigned dollars in that before any millage increase could be considered or would be considered. And so in addition, for that, the combination of a millage increase here and fund balance utilization basically cuts that dependency on fund balance in half, or roughly in half, from what we were relying on this year compared to what we would rely on next year. Moving down, you see where we started the calculations, and this was reviewed at our last workshop, where we start at 100% fill rate for all of our staffing positions. And then from that, a couple of lines down, you see where we back that out to a 96% fill rate, excluding special education, because we have to move forward with filling those positions. So instead of budgeting at 100%, we back out $13.4 million to bring our projected expenses more in alignment with what we can expect. In addition to that, you see some other lines that are listed there in parentheses with dollar amounts. We've returned 3.6 positions back to the general fund because of position control and allocations to our schools. We returned 2 positions from communication that were allotted for communication facilitators, and that's because we have a need later down on priority item number 8 for American Sign Language interpreters instead. So we are dissolving 2 positions so we can align and bring on the ones that are now required. In addition to that, we have some software savings costs and the potential to move an expense item out of general fund and into bond funds, and that was touched on at our last workshop. Now, before I move on, you see the different color-coded sections that are down below. The blue represents our state and federal mandates. The greens represent our fixed cost increases. And then the pinks were our Lexington 1 standards. And before we move on to the next page, you will notice that some of those expense items that are highlighted, either in yellow or aqua color. And so I'm going to allow Ms. Miller now to explain why those are highlighted the way that they are.
Thank you, Dr. Price. The yellow items are just indicating that those are projected amounts. That's the best estimate with the information we have available at the time. Examples of that are some insurance increases with premiums, and then also some new regulations and giving years of service for specific certified salaries. Then the teal color is an actual change from the first reading information based on, again, additional information, having 1 month of additional data to analyze and increasing those projections and those amounts as well.
So in this one, the total projected revenue fiscal year dollar amount at the bottom portion of the top section of 419, 293, 211 is the same as the page before. All of the line items listed below are the same. The change comes in a difference in fund balance need and local revenue millage. So this is a different look at it. So before there was a 33 mil increase with a smaller amount of fund balance being used. This one is a smaller millage increase with a greater fund balance utilization. And as we've said many times and discussed openly, that the fund balance use is for non-recurring funds. So once those monies are used, they do not regenerate automatically. So just keep that in mind. All of the other items that are listed on this page are consistent with option 2A. As a review, we shared these at recent workshops where within the district office level in our instructional services division, there was repurposing of approximately $275,000 for things that were stopped or removed in order to reassign those funds to address newly identified needs. So those were not additional requests, those were repurposing of existing funds within their budget. The next page came from our communications department, where they reappropriated approximately $21,000 to address newly identified needs as well. And at the first reading, we included items from the would like to do's. And you may recall during last year's process, the board asked us not only to pull in information from district level departments, but also to go out and talk with our principals. And so this is a result of talking with department leaders as well as principals to identify would like to do items. These are not mandates. These are not fixed cost increases. These are not established Lexington 1 standards. These are items that were identified that would be a nice addition to serve needs that we have in our district. But since first reading, these items have been pulled out due to the challenges that we have in bringing in a balanced budget with the available resources that we have. So in this list, you will see that 2 of the items were removed from the Lexington 1 standards and pulled out, as well as all of the would like to do's. So in a tight budget year, we're trying to be thoughtful about what we're asking for moving ahead. So we were asked to pull some things out of this budget, and here's a list of the things that have been pulled out since first reading. In addition to that, here are some additional things that technically could be considered. Now, these would be really difficult to talk about, but technically we are not required to do these things. In our budget, we've asked for a $500 increase for all of our certified employees, and that would, according to our salary study recommendation, with a $500 increase, that would keep us at a $2,000 cushion above the state's minimum starting teaching salary. But technically, we do not have to do that. In addition to that, we do not have to give support staff a 2% increase, even though that's what's recommended. In addition to that, we do not have to give our administrators a 1% increase. But in the salary study recommendations, in addition to keeping a $2,000 increase, there was a request that whenever one group was given a raise, all groups were given a raise. But technically, we do not have to do those things. In addition to that, you see the general ed FTE pool, where we could surrender 6 positions back to the pool. We have, I believe, Mrs. Price, 4 positions remaining in this year's pool that are there. So if we increase that by 4 positions, or am I getting that backwards? There's 6 positions remaining in this year's pool, so we could increase that by 4 instead of the full 10. But once those positions have been exhausted, then we would have to make do with what we have at that point. We did not include the special ed pool here because of our requirement to fill those positions based on the needs as they arise. So we kept that where it was. And then the priority number 35, there was an intent to start boys volleyball this year at our high schools, at I believe 3 of our high schools, Mr. Cooper.
2 high schools are expecting to have teams. That budget number represents 3 schools if one were to add
on board. So technically, we do not have to move forward with starting paid coaching supplements for high school boys volleyball in the year ahead. That could be delayed. So these were additional things that are not necessarily requirements that we work into the budget. They have a little sting to them, but we wanted to make sure you were aware of things that could be considered. Next page. And finally, additional things just to keep an eye on. We've talked before in our workshops that when we talk about the way school districts are funded, especially one like Lexington 1, there's a state standard, and then there are Lexington 1 standards. And the way we are funded for classroom sizes is different than the way is less than the way we fund, the way we calculate our classroom sizes. The way we determine administrators is different than the way the state funds our administrators. So when you talk about those things that are Lexington 1 standards that we've identified in the past that are important to us, those are things that we've invested in because we've identified them as being important. So these are things that are above the standard, above and beyond the standard. And so these were things that the yellow item that you see up there was a recommendation from the Salary Study Committee last year. That's those special education retention stipends that we're paying for the hard-to-fill, hard-to-retain positions. The pinks were from our Lexington 1 standards, and the greens were from the would-like-to-dos from last year. So those were approved and were in place for the first time this year. But as we move forward, those are things that we will need to monitor to continue to look at the effectiveness of those positions as we make decisions moving forward. So I bring that to you for your information. I believe that comes to the end of the presentation. So we can go back to the slideshow, the end of the presentation for the budget book. There are additional reports and lists of information that are there, but if we could go back to the slide presentation. So since our workshop a couple of weeks ago, there was an additional proposal that was presented that I'd like to present and make the entire board aware of. So one potential way that we could offset the amount of funds that are available to us and how that would impact the use of our fund balance as well as any potential millage increase was to take a look at offsetting by increasing our local revenue, our local operating revenue by $10 million by decreasing our debt service revenue. So our debt service millage is what goes to maintain our facilities, address any needs that are coming up. And you may recall that last year our debt service amount available to us increased from $20 million to $30 million. And as was shared at that time, we've got more than $30 million of needs, but we were going to take advantage of the money that was available to us. So this proposal would be to shift $10 million out of the debt service millage for the facilities needs, bring that down, and move $10 million over to the operating side of things that could go for the things that were listed on the color-coded pages that I showed earlier. So that would be a decrease in debt service millage and an increase in operating millage to offset the $10 million. It would not change the money available to our district. It would change what the money could be used for, shifting it from facilities over to operating expenses. Then the remaining expenses would be covered by the fund balance. So that was an additional consideration that was presented, and I wanted to share it with the board for your consideration. Last slide gets us back to where we've got to try to get to tonight so that we can do the appropriate advertisement for the public hearing and third and final reading in June. And that's to establish what's the total dollar amount, any potential millage increase or decrease, and any fund balance. And our team will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mic on. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Dr. Price. All right, board, I think it would be good for us to just take a few moments and each of us can share thoughts or questions that you either have for the district or fellow board members about what you're seeing, what you're thinking for this budget moving forward.
The proposal to decrease debt service millage and increase operating millage, what would that look like for the balance of what we would need from fund balance?
It would depend on if we were to just do the 10 million and not considering anything beyond or below that. Ms. Miller has done some math on that, and Ms. Miller, do you want to answer that question? Because I want to make sure you use the exact numbers rather than me trying to.
Trying to get them in one spreadsheet here. So if you were to increase the millage by the 10 million, I'm going to do the math real quick here. You would still need just don't want to say the wrong number out loud.
I think it's 9.6. I think it's 9 to be exact. $9,656 and two. Hold on. $9,656,266. I'm going off, if we said 23.5 mils, that equated to $10,112,050.
$9,768,000.
And then the fund balance would be $9,656,266 if we're staying with the same 19.76.
So that would be, that you said 23.5 mils, or my math was 22.5?
Can you bring up that other slide maybe with the millage numbers on it, or is that not possible?
That was in the work.
I guess at that point, so the 22 or 23.5 mils is equal to the balance of then the 9.6 million. Is that right?
If we decrease debt service millage by $10 million and increased operating millage by $10 million, then the remaining balance we would need to be covered by fund balance would be, I think, approximately $9.6 million.
$9.6 million, which is equal to 22.5 mils.
No,
Is
ma'am.
that right or no? Okay.
This was the slide, Dr. Price. Maybe that will help with the dollars if you're a visual person.
There you go. That's the dollar equivalent for, to decrease $10 million in debt service would be a decrease of 11.8 mils. To then increase operating by approximately $10 million, that would be a 23.5 mil increase. And that would leave approximately 9.6 mil. So that would move that 10 million over to operating. And it would mean that we would still have about 9.6 million out of fund balance after that was done to be able to balance the budget.
But if we didn't want to use all 9 million from fund balance, I guess what I was getting at was, could we split the difference and take half from fund balance and half, or a percentage from fund balance and a percentage of the debt millage? Or does
that's including using debt, like decreasing the debt.
That's the most amount that we can take?
Because we have to pay our, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I'll just try, and then somebody correct me if I'm saying something wrong, please. In your debt millage, you have to pay your long-term debt, I forget the acronyms, and there's a certain amount of money in each of our 8% bonds that we are obligated to pay back. So if you go too far below that number, you can't meet your obligation on your debt payments. And I believe that Mrs. Miller ran those numbers, and that the 11.8 million from debt was the maximum amount we could reduce without getting ourselves in a situation where A, we wouldn't be able to pay back our debt, and B, we wouldn't have any annual 8% capital project money to cover things like technology refreshes, HVAC systems, roofs, things like that. Did I say anything wrong?
That's, yeah. And so, I mean, I love that we're brainstorming ideas and stuff. I think my question to Dr. Price and Mr. Cooper then would be, if we do take that approach where we decrease our debt service millage, I'm assuming since we already thought we were going to have the 30 million available, what projects, because when we did our board budget priorities, one of the top things that we said was our facilities. And so this is going to be $10 million less dollars either used on our facilities to maintain these buildings that our taxpayer dollars have already built, or doing extra things like turf fields at our next school that we were supposed to do. So what are we going to cut? What do we have to cut from that?
So that would require some work. We normally bring those project lists to you in the early fall. But in looking ahead, with this potential option, I asked Mr. Cooper to take a look at what were the big items that we already knew that we were planning for. So he's prepared to kind of give a generic overview, not too specifics, of what the big ticket items are that were planned for the upcoming year with our debt service millage, or I mean with our debt service funding.
Yes, sir. And it depends upon, you know, how much funds are available. Projects that are upcoming. Phase 2 of the White Knoll roof, you remember in 25B, you approved to do a portion. We were having to get everything to fit in that we could. So phase 2 of roof and rooftop HVAC at White Knoll High. Phase 2 of the fire alarm system there as well. At LHS, there are some rooftop units and portions of roof that need to be replaced also. And Gilbert High turf is a priority for the district. May not seem as much of a need as a roof or HVAC system is, but when we started that turf plan with Dr. Postaway, that was our mission, was to turf a field a year, and Gilbert is slated to be next year. So those are some big items that are critical and also important to the school district and the schools as well.
Are there any funds from other sources that we could access next year to pay for those things that a roof sounds pretty important for facility maintenance to me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You have remaining 2018 bond funds, and then you also have in the 2024B capital projects. You'll remember there we created a line item for future projects to spend the 2022B money in the timeline that we had to. We used those funds to pay for some of the 24B projects. We took that same amount of money, moved it to a savings account, an additional line item. So you have that line item, you have the 2018 bond, and then you'd have what you have available for the 2026 B capital projects that would be funding sources. Our goal from operations would be when we bring those capital projects that Dr. Price mentioned to you in the early fall. I believe we do that in August, Ms. Miller, to bring projects that could also could utilize those funding sources as well for the board to consider.
Would be decreasing that account by 10 million if we switch.
That is correct. So,
Well,
at last
you
year,
wouldn't be issuing that much more. Our current 8% bonds would stay at the account number that they are.
No, but I'm just saying if this is $10 million less than what they would have to pull from for capital projects. Okay.
Correct.
So I guess my question is what is the account balance, the two account balances that you said, the 2018 bond funds, or is that still around 19 million?
I've got that number here. The 2018 referendum money that is definitely available after you look at your report. There's 8.2 million. We've got to pay arbitrage. We have a couple of projects open. Definitely have about 7.4 million. Then we also have some interest that has been held back from the budget amount intentionally, strategically, so that if there is additional arbitrage, we have it available. If that arbitrage is only the 700,000, there's a potential of another 2.4 million. So approximately 9.7, 9.8.
The amount for the other account that we kind of shuffled around.
Looking at the bond sheet, the future projects line in 2024B, just over 1.2 million.
There's a potential for us to still have that money to do those capital projects that we're looking forward to in the fall.
For one-time use.
Right. Well, those are one-time use.
Right, but as the needs continue to arise for our facilities.
I understand that this time next year we can't do this again, and that we'll have to figure out a different path.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, while we're on the topic of funding sources, in fund balance, we had talked at the very start of the budget process about looking at assigned funds in fund balance as part of the budget process. And one of those is the pre-K expansion assignment. And so that, I believe, is a little over $3 million and change as well that I think needs to be on the table for topic of discussion of funds. Since I have been on the board, there hasn't really been a firm plan that I've heard as to what the pre-K expansion plan for the district is. I know that we have most schools that were potentially a concern, like some of our, like Pelion and Gilbert, don't, at least as the last report in January that you shared, don't have waiting lists for pre-K students. I'm sure we're going into a new school year, so I'm sure those numbers have changed. But can we get any clarity on pre-K expansion? It's been October of 2023 since the board set that money aside. So I just feel like if we don't have a plan for it and we need places to find money, why not talk about releasing those funds to use towards some of this stuff potentially?
I can't speak to why that money was set aside in 23, but I can tell you that our approach to providing child pre-K programs has changed from the concept of doing a standalone early learning center. It was that philosophy was shifted to make sure that we added needed programs at every individual school so that students could be served at their zone school or close to it rather than having to be transported to a far-reaching destination. So we've been successful in filling those roles, as you've just mentioned, and cut down our waiting list significantly with our child development programs. I'm not sure if anyone has the historical reference as to why that money was initially set aside, but I believe that would be one-time use, not recurring expenses, to potentially be used for some type of facility renovation or something like that. But I don't see any hands raising, so that could be what that was intentionally set aside for.
Am I interpreting your current position, though, that you would not have a concern with us releasing those pre-K funds?
That's correct.
Also been some talk legislatively for them to implement that. I would assume that would mean that there would be state dollars at some point. I mean, I shouldn't assume that really, but you can't really say you have to do this and not.
Well, you can.
Yes, they do.
They do. There's a difference
Yeah,
between a
they
funded mandate and an unfunded mandate. One
I
would
hear
think, like you're saying, that if that were to become a universal requirement, that the funding would be there to support it. Yes, ma'am.
There's my mic. Did you have something to say? I thought, or Mr. Anders, I saw somebody turn their mic on.
Oh, I mean, yeah, so everybody knows my position when it comes to budgets, and I don't mind telling you when we do the budget workshops that my number one priority is not to raise millage. I say that every year. I appreciate the topic Ms. Flashing brought up about funds that we have set aside that we're not using. We need to use them for something. And I understand it's, one-time money, but I mean, so is the fund balance. So if we could add to the fund balance that we keep it up, I'm all for using, any lines of creative way to use funds that we have. I think the what we have in front of us with kind of the debt millage and the operating millage, it's getting to a good compromise. I think where we were at on the first budget, I mean, I'll be completely honest, it probably wasn't going to get through. At least that's my opinion. I'm still not a yes or no on the budget, but I think where we're at now, getting kind of a compromise, getting creative with funding, because we laugh about the state mandate stuff, but then they don't fund it. I mean, that's something we have to deal with every day. That's up to us on the board to do a better job of talking to our legislators and trying to get some things changed. But I also understand when it comes to raising millage, that's putting, could be more burden on taxpayers, especially our business owners. And in the day of time we're at, where gas is approaching $5 a gallon, I think everyone's pocketbook's taking a hit. So yeah, there's tough decisions that we've had to make looking through this. I know we said facilities was one of our main areas, but we also want to make sure, at least, and I told Dr. Price this, my main area that was a definite that I want to make sure is we do what we can for our teachers and our staff to make sure we keep them, where they need to be and in line. I think we're making good progress. I could see moving forward with this plan, and then looking at other funding options like the pre-K to moving over to SAFE. And so I think, we've come a long way since first reading, and I think it's going in a at least a good direction where the hit may not be as bad as it originally was.
Mr. Rice or Mr. Anderson, do you have anything?
I just wanted to say that I know that back in 2008, we were in a dilemma much worse than this. Margaret, maybe you can help me. That there were 2 years that employees did not receive a pay increase. And I can tell you what a non-motivator that is. I mean, I think that the least we can do is take care of our people who are so good to show up every day and take care of our kids. I don't like to increase millage. Over the last 5 years, the board has raised millage twice. I think that shows some fiscal.
One in the last 5 years.
Or one time. I think that shows a good bit of fiscal responsibility in itself. I'm happy to see that we are reaching a compromise here, and I think that we have scrubbed through here our senior leadership team, our principals, our directors, coordinators. I know everybody has been at the drawing board and back to the drawing board, and I appreciate that. I know the board does. We have to maintain what we have here, and what we have here is precious. The no millage part, I just don't see a way so that we are not back in this same position or worse next year. And next year will be far more critical because we're going to be looking at perhaps talking about a bond referendum to build these facilities that we so desperately need.
You, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Rice.
Yeah, I guess I think we do have to get creative is what we have to do. I mean, just looks like I'm cutting in and out. Okay. I'll just keep speaking. Looking at being creative, I like what I heard in terms of maybe you can repurpose some funds that you already have to help make up that gap. I don't think necessarily you want to try and use just total millage to try and make up the gap. You don't want to use total fund balance. I think there's some mixture. I guess, Dr. Price, I do have a question about the proposed additional funding that we have about shifting debt millage to operating millage. Is this something that is just unique to what we're talking about doing in Lexington 1, or is this a practice that is used in other school districts in the state?
I'm not sure how often it is used, but it is not unique to our school district. I know that there have been other efforts to offset the use, either by millage match or by dollar match. With this, what has not been said is if you look at an 11.8 mil decrease in debt service millage, everybody feels that decrease. Primary homeowners, business owners, those who have second-owned homes, your cars, your boats, that goes down. When you increase the operating millage, the primary homeowner doesn't feel that. They do not pay into operating millage expenses. They do on debt service. But that's where the business owners, the second homeowners and cars and boats, that's where that is felt. And that's what Ms. Flashnick and Mr. Pizzuti have talked about quite frequently. When you offset this, since everyone would be feeling the decrease in debt service by 11.8 mils, and then the others seeing the increase of 23.5, just a quick math, it wouldn't necessarily feel like a 23.5 mil full increase because they would be getting the benefit of the 11.8 decrease. that would offset that, so it wouldn't like a full 23.5 mil increase. Ms. Miller, did I say that correctly? Thank you.
So my thoughts on that are, I mean, I think this is, when you start talking about doing things creative, I think this is an innovative way to attack it. Mr. Cooper, I heard you mention that if we roll back debt millage, and that's $10 million outside of, you know, what we were planning for some big projects. I think I heard White Knoll roof and maybe fire protection systems, or I may have just read something into that, like phase 2. And then I heard LHS, and then I heard the Gilbert turf.
Yes, sir.
So I guess I'm uncoiling all of this as I think, so forgive me if I ramble off, but are all 3 of those projects on track to be done and completed in 2027?
No, sir. These are just projects we know are projects that we're going to need to complete soon. So there is not a funding source yet for them. We're not in a design phase. We don't have board approval to do them. These are projects that we know that the district needs to complete next. And they are simply some projects. These are major big rocks that I can talk to you about kind of off the cuff. But that's what they are. They are not in process of being completed.
So we wouldn't be pulling the plug on projects that are in place now. They would be those that we've identified, but we feel like we've got to do them sometime soon, but soon is somewhat nebulous. It could be this year, could be next year, could be 6 months from now. You see what I'm getting at?
Yes, sir. And I think just to provide some context to that, I would just need to say the phase 2 of the fire alarm at White Knoll, I can't answer that. That may need to come forward because it's being done in phases. The Gilbert High turf, that was a verbal plan that we have stated openly that we want to do. And so not signed into law anywhere, but you know that's what we've told people we wanted to do. So kind of have our word behind that, so to speak. You know, the other projects are critical that we do complete soon. We could find ourselves in a P&L Elementary killer situation where it's planned for June, but we got to start second week of April or whenever that was. We could be in some of those type situations because what we're looking at is, you know, critical infrastructure to the school building, roof and HVAC, not something that is in that want category. But they are not in process. But I'd ask you just put the asterisk by the fire alarm phase 2 at White Knoll.
I guess my only thought on that is I think if you pull and these are not exact numbers, but if you pull the $9 million from the 2018 bond referendum, provided we don't have to do some finish up work on any other projects, which I think we're almost at that point. You're talking $9 million. If you take your 2024B, that's $1 million. If you repurpose the pre-K, that's $3 million. So that gets you somewhere right around $13 million. To me, even if you had to do some type of a millage increase to the community, I think this kind of shows that you're putting your best foot forward to at least handle some things internally, repurpose some things internally, rather than just going directly to the taxpayer and saying, hey, you give me more money so that I can do these things. So, I mean, I just think we're kind of in a tough position because utility costs are going up. Obviously, we want to continue to reward our employees. You know, they're very valuable to us. We consider them very valuable. We understand the cost of living impacts them just as much as it impacts us. So we want to do that. But I just think we also need to think about everyone involved. And I think if everyone can give a little, you know, I think that just kind of shows, hey, we're not just rubber stamping and saying, hey, whatever number you throw out, we'll do. We're trying to get creative at it. And so, but one thing that just gets lost in the shuffle, I've said it before, but my concern about making sure we take care of our staff and take care of our teachers is yes to take care of teachers, yes to take care of staff, but it's really the lives that they affect with students. I mean, if I've got a happier teacher, a happier staff member, a happier counselor, then they impact our students. There's more of a joy to come to work. There's more of a joy to make a difference in the children's lives. And I think that will really shape the outcome. So I don't want to lose sight of that. To me, it's not, and I know teachers may throw stones at me or administrators, but it's not about just, hey, I gave you a raise and it's great, I gave you a raise. I'm also giving you a raise because I feel like what you're doing makes a difference, and I want you to continue making that difference. I want you to continue to see that there's value, and don't walk away from us because of that. I mean, that's really the goal. And for me, even I voted against a millage increase before, but I will tell you, if I knew that I could sit down and look at somebody in their eyeballs and say, we had to raise millage by this much, but we also did this, repurposing some funds. We also did this by changing our debt millage, our operating millage structure. To me, I can almost stand on 10 toes and put my chest out and explain that to somebody in the public, because it wasn't just a flippant decision. It was a very calculated, critical decision where we did creative financing to make this budget work. And that's my thought.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. So, board, the district is asking us for consensus wording for this required public advertisement that needs to go out. So I think what I'm going to do is reiterate things that I've heard tonight and see and correct me if I've heard them incorrectly, so that we can give the district what they need for that required announcement. So we were presented with a $419 million, $293,211 budget. And we were presented with different ways to fund this budget. This budget includes federal and state mandates, fixed costs, Lexington 1 standards. It doesn't, to my knowledge, include any of our would like to do's. Before I move forward, I struggle with things like, because we did talk about would like to do's like bereavement. We talked about reviewing support staff years of experience for those people who worked in an industry before coming to us, and now if they quit and came back to work with us, they would be paid appropriately. We talked about the sub-nurse rate, which was a shockingly low amount, and we talked about that when we did our little workshop and rotated. So these are things that we won't be able to do with the $419 million, and I'm getting the vibe that we don't want to do any would like to do's this year. Is that correct?
I'll just speak for myself. It's not that I don't want to do them. It's just that in any organization or life, you have so much money to work with, and I just don't see where we have the money to be able to do them all. So,
and I hear what you're saying. We don't have it with what's presented here. Personally, I am struggling because the way the state law is written, we do have access to the money to pay our employees bereavement, and we do have access to, review the support staff and do the nurse alignment. We do have access to those funds to do those would like to do things. Now, do we need to do all of the would like to do as the district brought to us? Probably not. I mean, that would be really great, but so the answer is okay. No, that's what I'm hearing. And there's been different presentations of how to make up that money, fund balance, increasing millage, decreasing stuff. So what I'm hearing is that this board would like to decrease our debt service millage back to the dollar amount it was prior to the reassessment. Everybody's trying to...
Could we put that slide back up, Ms. Roof, so that we can look at the specific number, the decrease based on the calculated millage?
Yeah, I think it's 11.8 mils that would decrease on the debt side, and then it's I think a 23.5 increase on their operating. And just so everybody knows why it's not a equal.
Thank you.
11.8 to 11.8 swap. Mills are figured differently. So an operating mill right now is worth about $430,000, but a debt mill is worth about $853,000. So that's the difference you see, is why the numbers are a little off.
So what I'm hearing.
Well, and one thing I wanted to add while we're back on this slide, two things actually. One thing that gets lost in conversation about millage increases is that most everybody probably that works for us has a vehicle. So they feel it too when there is an increase. So it's not just that we're talking about impact on 6% and 10.5%. So I think what this solution does, if you look at that $42, if you own a home and you have a car, it's a net wash for you on your taxes. You're paying no more money, but the school district is able to operate with 23.5 more mills as a result. And the businesses, or the 6% and 10.5% taxpayers, effectively feel more than half of less than what they would have felt if you did the 23.5 mills. So what you do in an economy that we're in, where expenses are just so much more for everybody, is by giving our teachers and our staff pay raises, we're not turning around and taking those pay raises away by increasing their taxes.
So piggybacking off of that, and I hear everything you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. In the economy like this, aren't taking care of our employees. Would this board consider that support staff years experience review, or the nurse alignment? I mean, I'm just thinking those are some other examples that we might want to consider. But big picture with the board, the $419 million budget, this board sounds like, Dr. Price, for you and your team, decreasing the debt service millage by what we've discussed, increasing the operating millage by what we've discussed, and then the dollar amount for fund balance is $9,600,000.
That's right. $9,656,266.
So we're looking at something in between 2A and 2B, with all of these things that are listed in our packet tonight.
What's the process if you unassign fund balance? Do we do that simultaneously alongside the budget? Because really, if you're saying we could unassign the pre-K expansion fund balance and use that $3 million, you're really talking about using $6 million more from the budget.
That would require a formal action of the board that can be brought up at the next board meeting.
Okay. So what you'll advertise is the $419 million budget, decreasing debt service millage, increasing operating millage, to do the budget items listed with the federal and state mandates, fixed cost, Lexington 1 standards that are listed on the sheet. Mr. Cooper, what you addressed for us to make up with the decrease this year in the debt service millage money that is available to us, is to accessing some bond money and repurposing some other funds so that we could still move forward with taking care of the facilities that we have here in our district. Doesn't answer our question for future years, but that takes care of us for 26, 27.
That's correct.
Board. Does anyone have any reservations about, Dr. Price, also, do you have any reservations about this?
Ideally, I would like to get out of using as much of fund balance as possible. I've said this many times, that those are not recurring funds, and we are paying recurring expenses with non-recurring funds. And as we have demonstrated and shown, to operate Lexington 1 the way Lexington 1 operates, it requires an investment beyond what the state provides for us. And the way, Act 388, when it went back around 2007, 2008, when that passed, it shifted that burden from everyone to business owners carrying that burden for operating millage. The funding formula for our state education system changed 3 years ago. We are continuing to see how that does not benefit a school district like ours, because we are a more affluent school district, because our index of tax paying ability is on the higher end of our state. That formula expects us to go to our local economy if you want to provide the type of school district that you want to provide beyond the state standard. Those numbers continue to shift. They continue to be a challenge for us, and it will continue to be a challenge for us as we try to pass budgets as we move forward. If there's been a lot of discussion about it already, that we've got to continue to advocate for districts like ours when folks are making decisions to change funding mechanisms that penalize us. We can't speak for everyone else, but we can advocate for what's in the best interest of Lexington 1. And I personally want to see the quality of educational experiences that we provide for students, employees, families, and community members continue to be one of the best in South Carolina, and right now I think it is. But if we continue to struggle with the way things work as a result of these changes, if we do not invest in keeping Lexington 1, it's going to continuously be a challenge for us to offer the same type of experience that we're offering right now.
So, Dr. Price, with what we've talked about just now, to get us by for the 2026-2027 budget, does that strategy, in your opinion, does that strategy still allow you to provide the product that you provide to our students with this budget?
For the upcoming year, yes, sir.
But I think what he's saying is that if we use $9 million or $6 million from fund balance for recurring fees, then next year we're going to be sitting in the same boat. What are we going to do? Are we going to raise?
Either we're going to invest in protecting and sustaining those things, or we're going to have to start looking for $9 million worth of cuts before we get to this point next year.
That brings up an excellent point. And I just want to plug this. I know we had a board workshop in December and did some stuff there about the budget, but I think maybe we should plan to start a little bit even earlier than that so we can, talk about some of the KPI data that you've been collecting. And I just want to make a point that just like that data that you've been collecting that's not quite ready to hand over to the board, that's kind of how I feel about taking money from fund balance. We've only done it for 1 year. Ever taken money to balance the budget. I feel like it's okay for us to do it for another year and then kind of see, just like the KPI data, okay, where are we now? Come January, come February, how did that really affect us when we have all the money back from local and state revenues? Where are we then? Okay, yeah, that was a terrible idea, or we're glad we did it, but can't do it again, or wherever, we'll have a better understanding. Does that make sense?
Other things to add, and just one more time, there's no consideration for moving above the 23.5 mils of increase in operating costs. Help alleviate the $9 million use of fund balance.
For me, the only thing I thought about is when you mentioned about the support salary, the support staff salary review. I think that was a line item for would like to do that was $1 million. And let's see, if you were just looking at the value of a mill, you're talking about, to make that happen, you'd be looking at roughly 2.5 mills. So if, I'm just giving my opinion, if specifically that is something we felt like we needed to cure, then if you're in that 23.5 range, and you maybe had to go to, I guess, 26 to make that happen, that might be something that I'd be willing to consider.
I guess I'm confused. Can we bring up the priority? So, Ms. Roof, it's those color slides. Well, in the budget book, option 2A, then option 2B, because there is 27 says support staff salary schedule 2% increase.
Right, that's for all support staff, their raise, we're giving the teachers $500. I think,
But it's included. So I guess what I'm not following is what are you saying, Mrs. Henson, that's not included?
The support staff alignment for the people who did not get their years of experience
For the 1,019,000 number 45.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the one item.
Because
that
if
I
you
have-
look at
What does the millage equate to that? So we're just talking about, in the interest of time, putting it in the public notice. So put an extra 3 mills in the public notice. It doesn't mean we have to approve it.
Sorry, I wasn't
Was
talking
there a
to my mic.
line item also for the assistant principal?
That was approved last year for the assistant principals.
Are you referring to the adjustment for this, the scale? There is
Oh,
a line item
I'm
for
sorry,
that.
the pay scale.
Correct.
Sorry.
I think it's line item, line 49. The grade alignment, which is what we were referring to earlier.
But Ms. McCown, that's not assistant principals, that's support staff.
No, she's referring to, oh, I'm sorry, at the time, my print is done. Oh, that one's administrative assistant, yes, I'm sorry.
No.
Correct, yes, that's it. Yes. No, 39.
I guess where I'm going
42.
with this
That's
is
it up there, 42.
the support
It's so
staff
tiny.
is a significant line
It's so
item on that.
tiny.
Everything else is, I mean, not negligible, but I
Mrs.
wonder
Henson,
if
I'll have to say that that is the one item that I have heard the most from. I feel like we need to finish what we started. And that to me makes it more than just a want.
would be supportive, like doing what Ms. Flashnick recommended in the announcement, doing an additional 3 mills so that we can reconsider, but that's available because that's what we've advertised to the public.
I would agree to that as well for that line item. I've had numerous support staff reach out to me on that one. Whether we use mills or we use some of that released pre-K money, I mean, I think it'd be a wash. So I wouldn't have a problem with adding that to at least the advertisement.
The pre-K money would be one-time money again, and it would be adding to our dependency on fund balance, but a millage increase to cover that cost would get that funding in there for recurring expenses for years ahead.
So,
But you could also take, oh, sorry, Ms.
No,
Henson.
go ahead.
You could also look at the pay, maybe the next page. So the general education FTE pool could offset some of that too. I just think in the interest of putting it, like, we don't have to make this decision today. You could present us a couple of options between now and final reading, but when you put the notice out, you have to put the maximum amount in it.
Okay, so then so now we're saying 26.5.
I think what we're hearing is 23.5 plus the millage needed to cover
I think we
item number 42 for administrative salary schedule alignment.
which was 2 something, but I think we're saying
297.
3 mills just to cover us for that maximum amount. We might come back and say it's only an additional 2 mills, but just advertise 26.5 mills.
Okay.
And the decrease in the debt service millage.
I see Ms. Miller nodding her head. That would get us where we're needed.
Still the use of the fund balance okay.
Maybe, Ms. Miller, you might be the right person to answer my question here. But you hear about using the fund balance, but what we've not even talked about any plans to replenish the fund balance. So how do we do that? How do you go about replenishing your fund balance, Ms. Miller?
Well, okay, go ahead, Ms. Miller. But I think the goal is to get to that 2 months in there, the 16%.
Also, after 2 cycles of pulling from it to balance the budget, we'll be able to see, were we able to put any money back in there at all, or did we just take from it? We've only seen 1 year of that. So
Correct. And as we were charged to do, we wanted to tighten up because we were overestimating our expenses and underestimating our revenues. And due to the work of Ms. Miller and her team, they have tightened that up tremendously over the past 2 years. You may recall that last year there was only about a $90,000 addition to fund balance last year. This year we said we would be spending approximately $11 million out of fund balance, and we tightened the screws on our projections too much, and we're actually going to be a little bit beyond that. And so we've made those adjustments moving forward. So to answer your question, Mr. Anderson, right now, one way to do it, right now we are budgeting at a 96% fill rate. Once we get things settled in, you could see that increase to 96.5 or 97%. When you get to the point where your expenses are coming in pretty close to what you projected, and so are your revenues, that way if you have a little extra left over at the end of the year, that would slide over to fund balance for the beginning of the next year. But before we could do that, we would have to get to a place in our budget process where there is no reliance on fund balance whatsoever. Until we get there, there won't be any additions to it.
All right. I think we're at a place where all board members have spoken. We are comfortable with the advertisement to go out that way. On to our next agenda item.
Yes, ma'am. Let's do that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. McCown for our next discussion regarding board compensation.
yay. Thanks for that. I have something written, and this isn't the most exciting topic, but we've all kind of discussed this behind the scenes, and so we felt like it was time to kind of bring it forward and discuss it a little bit more. So tonight I want to open that discussion that I know...
I'm just going to clarify for the public.
Sure.
We have not had a collective discussion behind the scenes.
No, we have not. But a couple of us has, right. And so I reached out to you because...
we've individually talked. I just didn't want the public to think we're sitting in the room.
Oh, no. So I know some people may initially feel uncomfortable with compensation for elected school board members, and I want to start by saying this clearly. This is not about enriching ourselves. This is about modern governance, accountability, accessibility, and aligning Lexington One with the reality of what this role has become. Right now, Lexington County School District 1 serves more than 27,000 students and oversees a budget that now exceeds $400 million. As board members, we're responsible for hiring and evaluating the superintendent, approving and overseeing the district's annual budget, creating, revising, and maintaining district policy, ensuring accountability and transparency, building trust with the public, attending district and community events, often multiple events per week, and participating in ongoing governance training and developing ourselves, including encouragement to attend up to 4 school board conferences each year. This is not a role limited to attending 1 meeting a month, and importantly, Lexington One is now an outlier. According to the South Carolina School Boards Association, 45 out of 73 school districts in South Carolina compensate their board members. Many of the districts most comparable to Lexington One already provide compensation. Greenville County Schools pays approximately $13,762 annually for members and over $15,000 for the chair. Horry County Schools pays nearly $16,000 annually for members. Richland School District 2 compensates per meeting, and Lexington-Richland School District 5 pays approximately $9,846 annually. Meanwhile, Lexington One remains among the districts providing no compensation at all. The proposal before us I am proposing is intentionally modest and responsible. $12,000 annually for board members, distributed monthly and tied to substantial participation and attendance. For all 7 board members combined, that totals approximately $84,000 annually. In the context of a district budget exceeding $400 million, that amounts to approximately 0.02% of the total budget. This discussion is not about whether public service is valuable enough to remain unpaid. Public service absolutely matters. But the reality is this: when only those with financial flexibility can realistically absorb the growing demands of this role, we unintentionally narrow who is able to serve. Compensation helps broaden accessibility. It allows working parents, younger professionals, and community members from different financial backgrounds the opportunity to participate in governance at this level. And I also want to address ethics and transparency directly. The proposed policy delays implementation to comply with ethics guidance regarding interim compensation changes. It also allows members to decline compensation entirely, accept partial compensation, or voluntarily donate compensation back to schools or district programs. Everything would remain fully public and transparent. At the end of the day, this is about recognizing the scope, responsibility, and accountability of governing one of the largest school districts in South Carolina and bringing Lexington 1 in line with comparable districts across our state. I believe this deserves an open and thoughtful discussion by the full board, and with that, I'd like to open the floor to my fellow trustees for discussion.
Thank you, Ms. McCown. Board members, do you have questions, comments to add at this time?
Yeah, I'll go first. They're working. I mean, if this comes up to the board, I'm a no. And the reason is I do value public service. I didn't get into this to get paid. I knew that getting into it. To be honest, we're sitting in a budget season trying to get the district to crunch numbers to get somewhere, and here we are talking about board compensation. I just can't be behind it. I can't do it. I understand where it's coming from, but until we can get where we want and get everybody taken care of in the district, the board should be very last on this.
I would like to add to that I know that everybody up here, I think except me, has a full-time job. And I know that they take time off from work. I don't know whether you use annual leave or you have to go unpaid or whatever, but your time is worth something. I do agree. And I have been a proponent of this issue since I've been on this board. However, given the situation where we are at this point in time with our budget, I don't think that this is the time to start paying the board. I just think that I know that, Katie, you and I have talked about it. Mackenzie, you and I have talked about it. We've all been in favor of it. Given the weight of tonight's discussions about money, I say let's wait till next year to talk about this. I'd rather, it's not a lot of money. It's $84,000. That's an FTE. I'd rather give that back to the district. And as we had talked about it before, I had talked about not accepting the pay personally. I do think that the position should be a paid position, and there's a lot of other districts around us.
Well, and to be fair, this was something that we discussed months ago and was supposed to be brought before the board prior to budget season, and then it got pushed and pushed, so here we are. Not the best timing, for sure, but, my name was next to the agenda item, so I did bring it before us, and we can certainly discuss it again later, or Ms. Henson, yield to you.
Rice or Ms. Flashnick, do you have anything to add?
I mean, just for context for the public, right now we are not compensated. Elected board members are not compensated here in Lexington 1. That's been something we've done for many, many years. But recently what kind of came to our attention is that there is one vehicle for us to actually derive just some money, and that's just mileage. You all realize how large our district is, from Pillion to Gilbert to White Knoll to Lexington to River Bluff, and sometimes there's multiple activities on multiple days, and we are a very active board, so we go to a lot of those activities. So
hundreds of miles a month.
Yes, hundreds of miles a month, And so there is a way to be, paid for your mileage if you choose to submit that. We are not all required to do that. It's totally voluntary. So I've been on the board when we didn't even have the mileage as an option. I have not personally submitted the mileage myself for compensation. That's just been a personal choice. But I do know there are a lot of hours of phone calls to each other, phone calls to the superintendent, emails late at night, emails early in the morning, discussions on the weekend, parent emails, staff emails, even sometimes student emails. There is a lot of work that the 6 of us now, but normally 7 of us, I see some of the candidates out here, but at any rate, there is a lot of work that we put in and a lot of effort. And if a lot of you had to do what we do as a board, I'm not patting us on the back, but I'm saying if you had to do what we did as a board and your boss had you doing that, you would definitely demand compensation. So me personally, I see where Ms. McCown's coming from. I know we talked about it some time ago. I probably would be one of those people that would probably turn down the compensation, but I'm not trying to say that just to make myself, be glorified. I'm not. I'm just saying I probably would say, hey, I did this to volunteer, and that's what I'm doing it for, and I'm good with that. But I think you have the full right, any of you have the full right, that if you wanted to be compensated, I think there might need to be some vehicle there for us to do that. The amount, we would have to kind of talk about that and work through that, but I don't necessarily think it's just a bad idea. I just think right now is probably a bad time.
I just want to echo that. I think it's important for the public and everybody in this room to understand that conversation was supposed to happen back in November or December. So it's not like we were planning to put it on the agenda now. I think the timing, I said this to Mrs. Henson, the perception of talking about paying yourself when you're not paid is probably not a great perception publicly. But I do think that regardless of if you're a board member or a public constituent or stakeholder or staff member, whether you support compensation or not, I think we're sitting here talking about Lexington 1 standards, and the board that sits to oversee those Lexington 1 standards is an important piece of that puzzle. So I think as we look forward to future budgets, maybe it can be part of a conversation for future boards, and there's a mechanism by which that can be something that's part of budget workshops, and those future boards can decide if they want to take that off the table and continue it or move on without it.
I'll say one last thing, and I think, Ms. Henson, as we've talked about this in the past, I think typically if your board votes to implement some type of compensation, that existing board does not reap that compensation. It is like the next elected cycle. Is that correct or no?
I think that there's the moral, ethical side to it, and then there's the legal side to it. And I think that legally we could start it next month or in July when the new fiscal year rolls around. Ethically, morally, where do we fall? Do we wait until after November elections with a new board? I know Ms. McCown said her name was beside it a couple years ago. My name was beside it, and this has been a discussion for at least 6 years now that I've been on this board, and it is tough because when we look at our state level leaders, House of Representatives, senators, when we look at local town council, local county council, and 2/3 of we're in that minor group that isn't paid. And I think two things can be true at one time. I think it can be true that we're really struggling with this budget on where do we receive funding from. And it can also be true that board members should be paid for the work. You can choose to receive it or not. It sounds though like it's the current possible will of the board to not discuss it right now. Is that what I'm hearing, or would this be something you'd like to see on next month's agenda?
I'd like a better alternative. Need to kick this can on down the road.
Okay, I hear nothing else. I will not add it to next month's agenda. All right, moving on. Ms. Flashnick, I'm going to turn this over to you for our first reading of policy BEDH.
So these policies, if y'all will recall back to many months ago, we started talking about committees and advisory councils. And in one of Dr. Price's superintendent reports, he gave us a list of policies that probably should have been addressed. And there were several B policies in that list. We have one for second reading later tonight. This is one of those. We currently have 3 public participation policies, which is when you have multiple things that conflict with each other, you need to clean that up. So the recommendation here is to make some changes to BEDH, which is our most recent public participation policy, delete BCBI and delete KCA. So I'll stand for any questions.
I'll first like to chime in and thank you for your work and other board members. I know she's reached out to the board members individually for feedback. So just thank you for your work on this. With that, board, do you have? I appreciate the addition, and I will say that this was the intent of the board the last time, I think 2 or 3 years ago when we revised this policy. It was the intent to add taxpayer and business owner to it, but we did not do that. I mean, we didn't add business owner, sorry. And so I appreciate that that's added in there.
I'll just echo my thanks to Board Member Flashnick for taking the lead on this and everybody else kind of giving your input. I think this is definitely an improvement for some of the ambiguity that we have on some of our policies. So thank you for doing that.
All right, well, that takes care of 9.4 and 9.5 on our agenda. Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. Moving on to first reading of policy GD, and Ms. Price, I'll turn this over to you.
All right, good evening, board. Dr. Price, these wonderful principals are sitting here. Do we get to let them go, or are they gonna? They're watching us very closely, and I know they have an early morning.
Yeah, this was a voluntary.
I know,
board
but
meeting,
they're
so
waiting on
they're
us to
here
volunteer
by
them,
their
I think.
own-
So I'm just thinking. I said I would take point of privilege there to see.
They might have had a little bit of interest in the budget discussion.
I think they did. I think they did.
Won't take names if you do walk.
I think if they slip out, they would be okay, right? All right, so policy GD is support staff, and it was last reviewed in, revised in 2003. This is just the overarching policy. You can see it is very short and sweet. No real revisions there, just taking out the note and the purpose and just changing that to titles of support staff. So just trying to update the dates there.
Mr. Anderson, I don't think you're an assistant principal or principal.
He took that very seriously, right?
So sorry.
It's all good. I caused the disruption. I did it. And again, that's it. No real revisions to that. Just updating the dates, taking out support staff. Very short and sweet policy there.
Thank you, board. Do you have questions on that one before we move on to the next policy? All right.
And the next one is me as well, policy GDQD, discipline and dismissal of support staff. It was last updated in 2011. We did do a few just kind of restructuring of the legal references there that you'll see at the bottom. Again, just a few quick, simple updates to support staff members, and we just qualified where we actually define support staff in policy GD. So not a lot of revisions, just kind of updating our information there.
Board members, any comments or questions on GDQD? Thank you, Ms. Price. And now we're going to move on to policy JICFAA and JICFAAR, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cooper.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We are bringing the harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy back to you for first reading. You may remember we brought it for first reading a little bit earlier this school year. Didn't quite have enough time to get all the feedback that we wanted. Since that time, we met with Ms. Flashnick. District staff did, and We've also engaged in a variety of meetings with assistant principals at every level, guidance counselors at every level, getting their feedback. You'll see in here edits to this policy that include revisions to align it to the model policy. Also, in there you'll see a clear set definitions. One resounding theme from our meetings with assistant principals and guidance counselors was clarity about the definition. So that is what we've tried to include, what the definition of bullying is, but also what bullying is not. Because there is a clear distinction there. So we've incorporated these edits into the policies and these updates. Also added additional language to clarify where and when bullying can take place. It can take place in an extracurricular activity. It can take place if it meets certain criteria in an off-campus environment, if those impacts then come onto our campus. We also added clarifying language in terms of whom bullying should be reported to, and also different methods where bullying could be reported, including methods of reporting it anonymously. We gave explicit increased emphasis on bullying can occur electronically, cyberbullying and through social media platforms, and also the intent to have an escalation of consequences or language that we emphasized in this policy, and so it is brought back to you for first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Board members, do you have questions or comments at this time? I think Ms. McCowan, you may.
I'm sorry I didn't get these ideas to you before tonight. I guess I was doing a little bit of research, and I know you did too, Ms. Blashnick, about in different surrounding districts and how their policies are written. But I noticed that I think it was Lexington, bullying. They say bullying may include a single severe act or repeated acts that cause physical harm, emotional harm, intimidation, or humiliation. Substantial disruption to the educational environment. So I'm not really sure if I agree with the behavior that has to happen more than once for it to start. So I'm not sure about that language.
Sure. No, that's a valid question. And on the definition of bullying, you do see it defined, and then you do see those 4 characteristics. And I would just draw attention down to that statement below the 4 characteristics. In order to prove bullying, there has to be 3 of those 4. One of those statements is repetitive. So if you have items 2, 3, and 4, and we can discuss this at any depth that we need to, then you could have a situation of bullying where it's occurred one time. You could have a one-time instance that is so severe that does have such an intent to harm. There is a power imbalance. The bully has control over the victim, physically or mentally. You can have that occur in a one-time situation. You're absolutely correct. And this definition captures that type of misbehavior and allows us to address it.
The other thing that I wanted to ask you about was could we be any more specific on the investigation timeline to establish a maximum number of school days? Like in another district, they specifically said 3 days to complete investigations and communicate outcomes. And this would reduce delays and signal urgency. Versus ours just saying that I think it's kind of vague as far as investigating the actual act of the situation.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I can say that the intention from the Office of Student Services and Student Administration, I think the intention of any head principal in here would be that bullying, if a bullying report has been made, that investigation begin immediately. And because these situations they're as broad as they are long, in terms of the aspects of what has taken place. It may have taken place from some time in the past. And so there is a gathering of artifacts and evidence. It may be able to be addressed before the end of that day. It may take some time depending upon the circumstances of the case, who's involved, what needs to be collected. So our intent is in bullying or in any disciplinary situation that the investigation begin immediately. And that doesn't just apply to a bullying situation. Any situation of misbehavior needs to be immediately investigated and the appropriate parties communicated with, and once the evidence is collected, a decision be made. So I don't know from a practitioner standpoint that establishing a timeline is going to speed it up, because you want to resolve it immediately. But if it's the will of the board and that's something you'd like us to consider, we can take that under further evaluation. Yes, ma'am.
Another thought was to strengthen the first offense consequences.
So you that was one thing I think we talked about I think we may have spoke about it in here. I know Ms. Flashnick and Matt and I spoke about it when we met, and we talked about this policy. Like all of them, it's a K-12 policy. However, bullying situations are going to be very different with a 5-year-old versus a 5th grader versus a 15-year-old. And so you do see that entire battery of consequences that may be applicable depending upon the situation. But one thing that I'll say is bullying is something in Lexington 1 that is dealt with seriously. We actually have that statistic. I mean, that's something that's relatively easy for us to run. I don't have it written down, Matt. I think you had it in your notes in terms of bullying situations, how many that we've had, and the outcome. Okay.
Excuse me. I've been coughing all night and I apologize. Am I good? Yeah. Okay. So far this year, and I hope we're finished, I hope that there are no more instances of this, but to date, we've had 156 students violate this policy. 156. Of those 156, 145 of them received a suspension or more. So 92.9% of students that have violated this policy minimally received a suspension, if not more. So in terms of...
How is that tracked?
I pulled that information out of Power School, out of Simple Discipline, where the information is put into the system.
So what if a student goes to their counselor and discusses, all year that there's a few girls in her class that's bullying her all year, and she has a trusted teacher that she talks to, but nothing's ever brought to the principal. I don't know why that would be, but this is a real situation. So the child's been bullied all year, has gone to her counselor all year, but it's not in the system, right?
Well, I can't speak to that.
Okay, I'm just asking, is that in the system or is it not in the system?
The
if there hasn't been discipline, right, okay.
The numbers I gave you, ma'am, were instances that were reported, investigated, and found. Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Okay. Any other?
I just want to say thank you all so much, because I don't know that the public knows that behind the scenes y'all talk to all types of people within the schools, including our school counselors, who are probably the people that deal with this maybe not more, but probably a host of time compared to some other staff members. And I think that their feedback was, I've noticed that it was incorporated. I think they feel heard. I think they feel appreciated. One of the things that I really like that you put in it was that it'll be reviewed annually, because I think that is something that has gotten us in trouble in Lexington 1 with policies where there is no defined mechanism of review of the policy. So I really appreciate y'all doing this. I know it was a lot of work. So thank you.
Okay, board members, before we move past new business to the superintendent's report, and I hate to belabor this, I'd like to just clarify and make sure that I didn't misspeak when I was speaking for the board about what was going to go in the advertisement. We as a board stated we like to increase the operating millage by 3 mills so that we'd have the opportunity to possibly consider doing some of those other things with the support staff. That 3 mills is an increase to the 419 million budget. Correct, because if we don't do the 3 mills to that, then we can't consider possibly doing the support staff.
Correct.
And so I was saying $419 million budget, but really it'd be like a 400 and
Like
420,
420, 421, somewhere in there.
84.
Yeah.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that you knew what we were saying, but I misspoke. So, okay, thanks. I turned this off. All right, Dr. Price, I'm going to turn it over to you for your superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief tonight because we have a lot of work to do for the remainder of this week in addition to tonight. So what I have for you tonight are 2 quick updates. Let me say 2 updates. They're not quick, it appears. There we go. All right. So first, we kicked off this year for the first time ever the Superintendent's Reading Marathon, and we'd like to share the results of that and then share what graduation information and the number of graduates we have coming up this week. So first of all, you may recall that we kicked this off back earlier in the spring, and we challenged students to hit 300 minutes individually, and our overall district goal was to reach 1.5 million minutes of reading across the board. So as a result, not only did we meet the goal, but we blew it out of the water. We surpassed our minutes of reading by almost 1 million minutes. So obviously we underestimated our students and our staff members, and just about everywhere I go, people are talking about what they're going to do next year. So the challenge has been laid that we need to increase our goal for next year and also our ability to recognize those who make these accomplishments or who reach these accomplishments. So some quick recaps. So our top elementary school was Midway Elementary. The total number of student logged minutes was over 226,000 minutes. They had 33% of their students met their goal. And when you add in staff, it went over 238,000 minutes. So I can say this, that not only was Midway Elementary the top elementary, but their students had more logged reading minutes than any other school in Lexington 1.
That school had a great foundation.
With that first graduating class at Midway.
So in addition to Midway, our top middle school was Pleasant Hill Middle. Their total student logged minutes was just over 158,000. Adding in faculty and staff up to 165, and 23% of their students met their goal. That's how we determined the school-wide and district-wide winners. It wasn't the total number of minutes, it was the percentage of students that met their goal. So it didn't matter if you were in a small school or a large school, it was based on the total percentage of student population that met that goal. Our highest high school earner was River Bluff with over 209,000 minutes. Add in staff, and they almost increased it by another 100,000. They hit almost 277,000. High schoolers, I think a lot of them are reading, but not all of them are keeping track of their reading in Beanstack. So that was an extra step, but unfortunately we got to track it somehow. So 8% of the River Bluff student population logged in their minutes.
So my son's crew teacher is the librarian, so they were very encouraged to do that. But my daughter is the bigger reader, and she did not log it, so, you know.
There you go. And then finally, our top overall student reader came from Lexington High School. Our 9th grader, Jaden Mobley Stoddard, accumulated over 6,100 45 minutes individually. She said she started with a goal of reading, I think it was 30 minutes a day, and then she said once I got started, I just couldn't quit. So she had a ball and said she can't wait to see what she reaches next year. So congratulations to Jaden. That's a lot of minutes. And so now graduation details. We kick off our first graduation ceremony tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at Colonial Life Arena with Lexington High School, which will be our largest graduating class with approximately 614 graduating seniors tomorrow night. Looking ahead to Thursday night, first time ever, 4 graduations in one day. So bring your caffeine and your sugar and hold on tight. Gilbert kicks us off at 8 a.m. with 290, followed up by White Knoll with 452, Pillions at 3 with 156, and we wrap up with River Bluff at 480. Altogether, if you're using your calculator, that's 1,992 diplomas and handshakes that will take place tomorrow and Thursday. So congratulations to the graduating class of 2026. At this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Miller.
Right, good evening. We'll try to get through this quickly as well. Wanted to give you the financial update as of April 30th, 2026. You can see here on the dashboard, there's approximately $330 million of revenue so far. The largest part of that, of course, is our state, which is $177 million. Then we have our local, about $129 million. And then lastly, our transfers, about $23 million. Going to this slide, oh, I don't know what I did. Did I do? I didn't do that. Okay. On this slide, we kind of skip over this one and another one you're going to see in a minute, but just letting you know there's a little bit more detail from the previous slide, giving you the breakout of the different revenue categories. You have your budget in the first column, followed by the actual year-to-date amount for April 30th, and then that percentage of that amount. Next, we have your expenditures. You can see there approximately $308 million. Again, our largest is going to be in our salaries and benefits, approximately $269 million. That total is going to be approximately probably 88% of our budget is going to be in salaries when we complete the year. And then this slide here is the other one I mentioned that's a little more detail. Your packet that you get every month is by function. This is actually by object and object group. It shows more than the dashboard on the previous page with salaries and benefits split out. Again, you have your budget in the one column, you have your actual in the center, and then the percentage. You can also see there the purchase services. That's something we've talked about previously with our contract services going over for our special education. And you can see there on that first row under purchase services, that actually details that object codes 310 through, I can't see that far up there. 319, glad you guys have better vision than me. You can see there that's where we're going over budget, and that is the special education contracts that we have talked about and have already adjusted for in our budget for fiscal year 27. Just wanted to point those out because we do skip over those a lot each month, but they are in there and should align with your detailed actual to budget amounts you have as well. Next, moving on to fund balance. Right here, we're about $137 million. Again, that's not where we're going to be at the end of the year. We're going to see that dip down there now. Our revenue is slowing coming in from the local, so we're going to start dipping right into that fund balance here in this last 6 weeks. So we're still projecting to use the $11 million we budgeted, plus for the expenditures that we're going over, probably another $3 million in that. So that has not changed since last month. And then this is just showing your unassigned, also for that same time period. Again, it's going to take that dip down at the end of the year. Next, procurement report. We have, let's see, a total of 1,211 transactions. 46 of those have been identified to need ratification, and we're working on getting those back. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the bond funds here. Same setup as last month. We've got about 10% left of the 23C, about 31% left of the 24B. The big change from last month, the 25B, we've encumbered some things in there. So that was in the 50s last month. It's down to 33% now remaining. And then to the far right, the referendum with the 2% remaining. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And tonight, as we bring you monthly projects that have reached substantial completion. No projects had reached substantial completion since our last report just 3-4 weeks ago, and I lost my. But what I wanted to share with you, since we had time this month, is something we are very grateful for this board allowing us in the 25B capital projects. Y'all allowed us an item for unforeseen maintenance projects and unforeseen athletic facility needs. And so I wanted to bring to you some of the items that we've completed this year that were unforeseen, that have happened since, during the course of the year. And I hope when you see these, I will tell you they're not picture worthy. But I think that's what you expect for something that's unforeseen. I think this is, that socks and underwear Christmas. Here we go. So some of the items that we've completed this year: pumping of the underground of an underground detention pond at River Bluff High School that was filled with sediments; sludge removal from the wastewater treatment plant out on that serves the Gilbert area campuses. We had an HVAC unit go down at Carolina Springs that had to be replaced. As well as some gym wall pads at Rocky Creek. We had 2 sinkholes, fairly significant sinkholes in parking lot areas, one at Lexington High and one at Pillion High that needed repair, and a portable that needed substantial improvements to remediate some issues that occurred there. In the athletic facility side, we cored areas and installed competition level volleyball sleeves at Rosenwald Community Learning Center. That campus was outfitted with basically like PE type volleyball standards, and in anticipation with schools going to bring on men's volleyball, and with the open season nature of high school athletics, preparing another facility that can be used for practices was needed to support athletic teams.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I ask one question?
Absolutely.
I was just curious, the underground detention pond at River Bluff, is that the only time it's ever been pumped, or is that something that's recurring?
Since I've been in operations, only time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, I have one request. On the bond reports, not what you just went through, but on the capital bond reports that we get in our packet that show all of the projects and the monthly amount, when we approve them, it tells us what school it's associated with. But when we get our monthly reports, that column falls off. So can we get that column put back on those reports for us moving forward? Dr. Price? Can we get?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My other question. He was taking notes, in fairness.
Oh yeah. He wrote down what you said. Yes.
My other question is, Ms. Miller, can you repeat what you said about going over the budget this year? Because you said it didn't change, but last month for the first reading, we were told it was going to be slightly over $2 million, and I just heard you say 3. So I'm just trying to get a little bit more guidance of how much money we're expecting to be over budget this year.
I probably misspoke. I think because we had 2 second readings, we had that workshop that had the second reading. We had talked about some of those numbers at that time, so that was what I was referring to, but you are correct. Since the first reading numbers we were talking about, it did change slightly. We identified some additional utility overages that we wanted to make sure we accounted for. Let me pull up my numbers here. I got to get the right spreadsheet open. I've got a lot of them.
You can just follow up with
Okay,
us.
I'll
in the
follow up
interest
with
of
you.
time.
It has not changed from what we talked about. It was just the last meeting. We had a month in between meeting.
On your report for next month, if we can get that number in there, because I think that's going to play into what we're looking about at fund balance, because we're talking about taking now more money out of fund balance. So I just think we need to have a hard number on that. Which leads me to two other things. I noticed in the bond 2023C and 2024B that if I had done my homework better last time, I could have answered my own question. But we do have LED lighting projects in both of those bonds. So my question to you all is, what would it take to get those projects fast-tracked so that in this coming budget, we could use some of the rebates from Dominion that they have for those types of projects?
I'd have to speak with the operations staff on the status of those. I can't answer that question right now, but I will speak
Okay,
with
I
them.
think that'd be something good for third reading. And then lastly, transfer reports. So this is a conversation I don't think I'm going to surprise Dr. Price or anybody on the board, but we have a policy, DBJ, that was last updated in 2005. And it's the policy that outlines how transfers within the budget can happen after the board approves the budget. I'm asking if we can get that policy put on the agenda for an introduction, because there is a 2024 Attorney General report that has come out that says that boards are not, in the Attorney General's opinion, supposed to give away their authority to budget changes in there's no dollar limit in ours. And so I just think we need to look at that in more detail. We probably need some legal look at that and review that policy, because when we got the actual reports, what I noticed is that we approved a budget, but those budgets changed throughout the year. And I'm not sure that it would have been my intention to approve a budget if I knew money was going to go over to a different line item. Like if we approved athletic allocations, it's my expectation that that money was going to athletic allocations.
And those have. So anytime the board approved a dollar amount that was for a specific purpose, that's where it stayed. Ms. Miller can talk about transfers within those budget accounts, but whatever the board approved use for those funds for, that's what it went towards.
And a lot of it has to do with our required accounting from the Department of Ed, and you bring up a great example, our athletic allocations, and they were budgeted in a function code of 113 for the middle school. Well, they actually need to be in a function code of 271 to do the transfer in the accounting system. And so while you see a transfer, it really just changed the account number, not the intended use of those funds.
I think that's fair, but that's just one example. So this policy, I think we shouldn't have an unlimited number that can just be transferred by the administration without the board's knowledge. And I think we need to have a discussion as a board about what that number threshold probably needs to be.
Turn on. There we go. All right. Thank you, Ms. Lashnick. Any other questions or comments
I hate
before we
to
move
drag
on
this
to?
out. I just have one quick question, if you don't mind. Last month, Ms. Miller, we discussed the pool positions and we talked about this variance account, and you said there was $14 million in it. Is that still the case, or was that a misspeak?
There wasn't $14 million in that account. That was $14 million that we planned to not use for specific payroll at 100% fill rate. We backed 4%, which equated to $14 million out of that to use for all of those other things that the board approved in the budget. So we didn't set $14 million aside. It went to pay for all those other things that the board approved that were recommendations from our state and federal mandates, fixed cost, salary study recommendations, and all those would like to do's. That $14 million went out of the recurring salaries to pay for all of those things. So it wasn't a set aside.
Okay, so because my understanding was that if when we approve the 10 positions, if Ms. Price does not use all 10 positions, then that overage money that's already been assigned to that pool position gets slushed into this other account. And I said, well, how much is in that account of the money that's unused each year? Because like this year, you didn't use but 4, so the 6 positions would have just gone into this account. And next year, we would have given you another 10, but the 6 that we didn't use, that money goes where?
So that's what came out in the 96% fill rate, that the money not used for that went to pay for the 96%. And in the last report at our workshop, when we looked at the payroll allowance, since that rolled up into that category, from the amount that was budgeted and projected to the amount that was actually projected to be used by year and date was a difference of less than $10,000.
All right, let's move on to our action items for tonight. Do I hear a motion regarding a grant utility easement for Pillion High School?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommendations of the administration to execute execute the necessary documents to grant a utility easement to Dominion at Pillion High School for a new utility pole with transformers as noted in the exhibit.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Cooper, can...
Yes, ma'am. The purpose of this is to get power to the lift and pump, or lift station and pump that operates the stormwater retention pond at Pillion High School. It will not, granting this easement, will not affect our operations.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Board members, questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy BDG, BDGR, school attorney legal services?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve policy BDG, BDGR, school attorney legal services.
And I will note that policy BBE will be deleted as it's been recodified to BDG with that. So we have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Flashnick?
So earlier tonight, the board voted to approve the attorney list for the fiscal years 2030. Wow. As discussed in executive session, the policy update that we're talking about here codifies that process moving forward by establishing a formal review and approval cycle every 3 years. While legal services are exempt from standard procurement requirements, they still require board approval, and this policy creates a clearer and more consistent process for doing so. To clarify what's before you tonight, the recommendation renames and revises BBE as BDG School Attorney / Legal Services and adds BDG-R. The current BDG policy is duplicative of policy CMB and is no longer needed. We've not received any feedback or proposed revisions from board members since introduction or first reading, so the language before you tonight remains unchanged. The recent need to engage outside counsel further highlighted why these updates were necessary. When policy language creates ambiguity in practice, it's our responsibility to clarify it moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Flashnick. Board members, do you have any other questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy IKAA?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve policy IKAA tests and examinations.
Mr. Pizzuti, do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Dr. Gaskins?
Thank you. So historically, at least since 2025, this policy has been exclusively about tests and examinations. It was flagged when we had a courtesy transcript audit a few years back in terms of needing some additional revisions, which we've made. Specifically, we wanted to be more consistent about high school credit-bearing courses that students take in middle school and the exam expectations in those courses. After the introduction, based on feedback, we did add some general language in the introduction of the policy to make it more all-encompassing of other grade levels and sort of situate the tests and examinations within classroom assessment practices. We do have other assessment policies that are much more robust in terms of all of our assessment practices. This one is mainly just intended to focus on tests and examinations.
Thank you, Dr. Gaskins. Board members, do you have any questions or comments at this time? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve allocated 2018 bond referendum funds for a commercial dishwasher and convection oven at Lexington High School?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve allocated 2018 bond referendum funds for the purchase and installation of a commercial dishwasher and convection oven for the Lexington High School cafeteria with an estimated cost of approximately $225,000.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Miller?
Yes. We unfortunately have a dishwasher that has broke this year, and we would like to go ahead and get that fixed so that that is up and running for next school year, obviously, but we need to order those things and get those installed, and we would like for the board to consider approving that. And then also we need to have the oven replaced as well. We're trying to make sure, we know there's additional needs that need to be done at that school, but we're trying to address the most pressing ones at this time. We are evaluating all the needs of food service and trying to prioritize these, and we've brought these forward tonight for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Board members, do you have any questions or comments at this time?
I have a question. Is there a separate account for food service? Is there funds that could be used from there instead?
There is a separate fund for food service. Right now, I am projecting that there will be a loss in that fund this year. We had to spend down some of that fund balance per the State Department. Over the COVID years, we had built up a fund balance in there. We've gotten that down to a more reasonable amount, and so we're going to dip into that a little more this year. So, without going further into the use of the fund balance in there, there is no other funding available.
When was this dishwasher broken?
I believe it broke in March this year, so it just happened.
Do they have another one?
They're washing by hand.
Isn't that like against code?
No, I mean, just time consuming.
Anyone else?
Only question I had, you said it broke, but this allocation is for us to buy a new convection oven and a new dishwasher. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have several questions about this. What year was the dishwasher, do we know, put in? Is it, I'm assuming, is it a convection one or a conveyor belt one? The dishwasher?
I would have to get more information on that.
Do we know what the facilities company looks at when they rate something a 4? Because this was rated a 4. I recognize it was a while back, but I'm just struggling with how did we get a 4 and now we have an inoperable piece of equipment?
The walkthrough at Lexington High School occurred almost 1 year ago today. So it was working at that time, and since then was broken.
Okay. And we can't use the fund balance from the food service account for this?
Unless you want to go into it more, and then the general fund would have to transfer more money over to help pay the bills going forward. That is an option, but if there's bond funds that are available for capital improvements, that would be my recommendation.
I just struggle with this because we're talking about a facilities study. They need an operable dishwasher. Let me first say that they need to get a dishwasher that works. I'm not suggesting that and an oven, if the oven's not working or needs to be replaced. I'm just struggling with why it's coming out of the 2018 bond referendum. It's piecemealed. We're talking about all these plans with money we have to spend in different places, and we just don't have a lot of information. So I would suggest that we table it until we can get more information.
Does anyone else have reservations?
I guess the follow-up to that is the dishwasher and oven. Is there some type of a lead time associated with trying to have it in place by August? Do you all recall that?
I would have to get with the maintenance folks to get the exact information on that.
I mean, my opinion of this is, I kind of agree with Ms. Flashnick. If it's the same stuff that was in Lexington High School when Mr. Cooper and I were at Lexington High School, then it probably does a lot more need to get replaced there instead of piecemealing it. I think if we are thinking about using, referendum money, then let's use it efficiently and put something bigger together for the high school if it's needed. How much is in the food service fund?
I don't have it in front of me right now, but it was around 4 million, I think, was in the fund balance as of June 30th, 25. So it should be down about 3.5, but don't hold me to those exact numbers.
Okay, and what is that?
It's about 14 million in expenditures. I'm trying to catch somebody's eye and see if got a lot of numbers going through my head.
Mr. Cooper, from an operations and maintenance standpoint, is there more things needed from at the high school?
I would have to go back through the facility study to capture everything, but I believe the cafeteria is a very substantial overhaul of reworking those lines to deal with the additional capacity that's projected at that school over the next 5 to 10 years. So it's not just replacing a dishwasher, but at the same time, it's not a project that's going to be completed anytime soon. What I believe, again, going from memory, that the Lexington High cafeteria needs will be a major bond type project that may be scheduled, in the facilities plan, maybe in years to come. So,
but to that point, if we were to know what that larger plan might look like, it could disagree with me or agree with me, but it could change the equipment you would want to buy. So I'm just trying to be a little bit more judicious with planning to spend money in a way that we know we have needs there. I'm saying let's give Lexington High School some relief, more than maybe just the $225,000. But I just don't think we have enough information, and I do also think that the equipment should come out of the food service fund. Those are my two things.
Yes, Mr. Cooper. Just one thing, and again, just for the board to consider, because there's individual decisions, and then there's the overall scope and major decisions to how this fits into the overall plan. The facilities plan, where you would see that's a ways down the road. That is work that's going to be done over the summer, over the fall, and then vetted with community meetings, and then brought to y'all in about a year. So that is not information that we'd be prepared to bring you in June, if that makes sense. That's a long, a long time down the road in terms of that. And I understand that money is that's a limiting factor. That's a problem, dealing with the money, right? Time is also a problem. That's also an enemy in terms of having to make decisions and adjustments. So again, I know I hate to be in your shoes and all that you have to consider, but I think that's what you might have to balance, the individual request and the time that the major work, the major improvement that I know y'all want to provide for the district, the time frame at which that would take place. I don't know if it marries well with the current dishwasher state.
Ms. Miller, you made a comment that if we used the $225,000 from the food services, that we would need to transfer some from general fund. Did I hear that correctly?
Eventually down the road. Right now, as of June 30th, 25, the fund balance was approximately $4.5 million. We're anticipating a loss this year, should end up with $3.7 million. That's about just above a 2-month fund balance. It's about 18.8% compared to a 16.67%. As we keep providing increases in salaries, it's wonderful. We absolutely appreciate that, but our revenue is not increasing in the food service fund to offset those increases.
From the meals that we serve. Okay.
Correct. And so if we do not have the revenue to cover and we keep increasing salaries along with the normal cost of increases with supplies, they will continue to operate at a loss unless we can generate additional revenue. So we
Okay,
are working
that's-
on ways
that
to
explanation
increase
makes sense.
participation. Our new director is doing a fabulous job, has a lot of great things in the works, and so we want to stop having a loss in that fund. But unfortunately, that's where we are right now in that fund. And like I said, they did have fund balance accumulating in there when we had the ESSER funds coming in, and we have worked strategically to spend those down. They did spend over $1 million on equipment last year. So we are not trying to just have anyone else absorb these costs. We are trying to manage it the best we can, but this is a critical need that we are just bringing forward.
Okay, thank you. Board members, right now we have a motion on the table to approve allocated 2018 bond referendum funds. At this moment in time, I'll call for a vote for that. All in favor of the motion to approve the allocated 2018 bond referendum funds, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can you raise your hands? Okay. We have 4 in favor. Any opposed? 1 opposed. Mr. Pizzuti.
Oh, I'm opposed.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I wasn't even
That's
thinking.
okay. The motion carries.
Can I make a small note
Yes,
about
ma'am.
just something that came to mind while we were talking about spending wisely and planning to spend rather than just, oh, let's go on vacation. We have a little extra money instead. No, because we have some bills coming up, whatever. When talking about the upcoming Gilbert turf, I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but you know, we have all discussed the potential for building a new high school instead of, you know, so that may be something that we should discuss potentially, like if that's going to happen in the next like few years, we're going to turf the high school now, but it will end up being a middle school. Then when we were to re-turf, we'll put turf in the new high school. I don't know, just a food for thought. Sorry.
All right. We
Careful. My son played on that field. Be careful. Very careful.
All
I mean,
right.
not every school has already gotten 2 turf fields. So let's if you want to talk about stuff about that.
Okay, we are going to move on to the second reading of policy GDBC. Do I hear a motion to approve policy GDBCR, support staff supplementary pay overtime?
I'm trying to make a motion to approve policy GDBCR, support staff supplementary pay overtime.
Mr. Pizzuti, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Price?
Thank you very much. We have not had any changes noted since the last reading. And as you note, support staff supplementary pay and overtime really just speaks a lot to our FLSA, our minimum wage and overtime. And a lot of these were last updated in 2003. So just updating a lot of our language and bringing that up to date. No substantive changes, just goes along with our practice. And I do not believe we have any changes since last time. You'll notice in GDBCR, of course, just like we discussed before, just removing the student portion out of there as well. So,
Ms. Price, board members, any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion regarding policy GDI and deleting GDI/E?
Madam Chair, I motion to approve policy GDI, support staff probation, tenure and seniority, and delete GDIE, newly hired support staff acknowledgement.
Mr. Pizzuti, do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Ms. Price, this is you as well.
this is me as well. Again, just trying to update some policies. GDI is simply what we currently use for our support staff probation, tenure, and seniority. And you'll just notice some updated language. Again, this one was last brought in 2008, so trying to keep that updated. Talks about our support staff probationary period. And GDIE, we are deleting that one because it is just already in our terms of employment that employees sign via our frontline system when they onboard. So we don't need a whole nother system to do it here. So,
Thank you, Ms. Price. Board members, any questions, comments at this time? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Ms. McCown, 2 items in one night. All right. Going to turn it over to our board legislative delegate.
I'm just going to read what I have prepared. Sorry, I just put a mint in my mouth. The General Assembly officially adjourned its regular session on May 14th. However, lawmakers were immediately called back into special session because the state budget was not finalized. A continuing resolution was passed to state and local governments, including school districts. We can continue operating at current funding levels until the fiscal year 26-27 budget is approved. Several education-related bills crossed the finish line this week that could impact school districts statewide, so I'm just going to go over those real quick. Charter school accountability, which really doesn't apply to us. South Carolina High School League, the legislature also passed major reforms to the South Carolina High School League. The bill restructures the governing board, adds increased legislative oversight and auditing requirements, and changes eligibility and appeals procedures, places new limits on private school participation on public school athletic teams. Another notable bill establishes new statewide PE and recess requirements beginning in 28-29 school year. Elementary school students must receive 150 minutes per week of physical education activity, while middle school students must receive 60 hours annually. The bill also guarantees daily recess for younger students and limits withholding recess as punishment. School board ethics and training. New legislation also strengthens school board ethics and training requirements. Districts will now be required to adopt ethics policies aligned with state standards, and board members must complete required training within 9 months of taking office. School safety and student discipline. Changes were made to student discipline laws related to firearms and threats. The bill clarifies that mandatory expulsion applies when a student knowingly brings a firearm to school, and reinforces restrictions on suspended or expelled students being present on school grounds during the disciplinary period. Lawmakers also addressed concerns surrounding a loophole in the low-income housing property tax exemption program. Districts across the state have seen growing impacts on local tax revenues as some developments qualified for full tax exemptions with very few low-income units. The legislation pauses new approvals while lawmakers work toward a long-term fix. And then, still pending, a few major items remain unsolved, including the state budget and paid parental leave legislation. Those issues are now in the conference committee and may continue during the special session. Overall, this session brought increased oversight, accountability, and operational requirements for school districts, charter schools, athletic governance, and board governance, while several financial and policy questions remain unresolved pending the final state budget.
Ms. McCown. All right, just a few more days of school for our students, and I know everyone is looking forward to a wonderful summer holiday, and we hope you enjoy some summer fun and relaxation. Tomorrow kicks off 2 of the most special days of the year for us, our high school graduations. Congratulations to the class of 2026. We cannot wait to see the places you'll go. And a special congratulations to Dr. Price, aka Grandpa, on a new little addition to his family. And Mr. Pizzuti, I'm going to turn it over to you for just a minute.
Yes, thanks. Before Mike gets his, I'm going to take a point of privilege. And I do want to say the decisions this board makes, we've had to make some hard decisions just tonight and everything else. But I want to say I appreciate the work that we as a board do together, because we all have different personalities. We all have different viewpoints. But it seems that even when we disagree, we can work together. And I jest at Mr. Anderson leaving, but he probably knew that was coming when he got up.
You're going to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come back, and I talk in jest about, the Gilbert and all that stuff with Miss McCown. So we do try to keep it cordial and everything else. But I do want to speak real quick to anybody that's watching YouTube or from White Knoll. I do want to apologize that I will not be at your graduation, but the reasoning is at 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, my daughter will be graduating. And so I will be spending some family time after that. I don't mean it to be disrespectful to White Knoll, but my daughter comes before y'all. Sorry. And I'd also would like to wish Mr. Anderson the best of luck with an upcoming procedure and let you know that you're in mind. Hopefully the board's thoughts and prayers moving forward. And I know you'll be down for a little bit, and hopefully you get some things where it won't be as painful. And I'll leave it at that, but just wish you the best on that.
I'm going to have serious back surgery a week from this Wednesday, so I'll be absent for a little bit. But if they have to bring me in here on a damn gurney, I'm going to be here to vote on the budget next month. So, I've got a little something I wanted to say. I've got it written down here, and I've got it down to about 20 minutes, so if y'all bear with me. And with that, I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.